Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, August 17th, and we are starting a little late. Now before I do anything else, I want to address being raided in the stream that would have happened Wednesday. And be open and honest. I try to be as open and honest and truthful as far as how everything goes on my channel. I went back, I looked at the live stream of the person who was leading this raid, and there frankly was barely, I'd say 10 people raiding, and he stayed on my channel for less than, I would say, about 30 minutes, and they didn't even stay long enough to hear me actually address the comments that that they put on my chat. They just assumed that I never looked at chat. They didn't even let me finish the sentence I was finishing as I was covering a game and talking about a game called Tangle Deep or Tanglewood. Let's hop into a game while we're doing this. Dungeon run bosses need to be done, so we'll just start with that. This Boomsday project, I guess, will open up on Wednesday. So, while they did subscribe to me, and they were looking for a donation button, and I guess that's my fault. I should have something in my descriptor, and I will update that pretty soon to show what the donation button is, or for my channel, because I don't have a Patreon, and honestly I don't think I really would have wanted anybody in that raid to donate to my channel, because they're not really fans and they're not really getting content. They're just trying to he probably would have only donated $1, I guess. I didn't watch the rest of his stream to see what amount of money he was donating, or if he was donating anything. He may very well just find a donation button and tell other people to do this, to donate. They did get me 7 subscribers, which speeds me up by maybe a month or so towards that slow crawl of getting to 1,000 subscribers. It's noteworthy that the person leading this raid was close to 1,000 subscribers themselves, so at some point he'll probably apply to be back into the YouTube Partner Program pretty soon, and that certainly is part of the reason why you would run a raid, is to promote yourself. But in this case particularly when you're just such a small channel, and like this is coming from a tiny channel, like when you don't even have 1,000 subscribers, when you only have like 10 people raiding, you're really just doing it to make yourself feel good by doing something. This is a problem definitely with a lot of charity actions, is that they really are just things done to make the person who is donating their time, their effort, their money, they're really just done to make those people feel good, and they're not really doing any major service to the people that they think they are. Basically, this raid was giving pennies to a homeless man. And I'm appreciative of the 7 things, I'm appreciative of the 3 minutes of watch time, but I've been all over the analytics. That video is not in the top 10 videos of this week, of that live stream. The only metric that went up even was the subscribers metric and the comments metric. Every other metric went down because of the raid. The watch time went down, the number of views seemed to stay the same or go down. I guess it's a little bit too much to say everything went down, but you don't you didn't help my channel. Sorry. You're not big enough. Your raiding is a waste of time. You were jumping around. If you're gonna raid somebody in the future, and you did subscribe to my channel, and I do ask people to subscribe to my channel, definitely. So that is something. I am trying to get to 1,000 subscribers, so I can get a few pennies on ad revenue, assuming I'd ever even get approved, which is a bit of an assumption. But in the future, if you were gonna raid, I would heavily suggest you have your group of people stay and chat for a significant amount of time. Like, my average watch time is 3-4 minutes, so I would say like 5 minutes minimum of asking everybody to stay and watch my channel. No real criticism was made other than the misunderstanding of the fact that I do eventually look at the chat. I just don't do it mid-sentence when talking about a video game that's coming out, or covering the news. So there's nothing really to say there. In the end, I guess I'm happy, but I also am always forever going to be kind of a grumpy realist, and this was a lot of just not effective rating. It was ineffective. Maybe rating on Twitch is different, but it got that video up to 53 views. Plenty of my live streams have gotten that high. This was not a special instance of a video that moved me way up higher than I've ever been before, or something like that. So that is that. Rating, as I was kind of saying even during the raid, is like, yeah, I didn't know how much it works. It's not a promoted or integrated thing in YouTube. YouTube used to have where you could respond and make response videos to people's videos, and that was, once they got rid of that, they pretty much decided to get rid of any opportunity for a, let's see, will this guy gain attack? Yeah, he will. Alright, so we might as well do this and then do this.
The eternal hunt has begun.
And then, let's see. I think I've probably killed myself, so let's go ahead and kill one of these and play this. We've got a lot of news to talk about today, so I just wanted to address that up front. If anybody from that raid ever sees that, if anybody from the raid ever comes back and starts watching my channel and is a real friend, you're more than welcome. That's not what I meant to imply whatsoever. It's just, like, I don't want random strangers that don't enjoy or care about my content coming to my channel. Like I want people to actually appreciate my art. In the same way that I don't think many artists would want some random person buying their art if they intended to, like, do nothing with it, or they didn't appreciate it. I guess I consider myself as much of an artist to the point where I want that to be the case with my creations too, is that I want to actually be appreciated, and I'm not like saying I need want to gatekeep and leave people who I don't think are worthy out of being a part of my fan base. I'm just saying I want them to actually be fans of anything, even if they take my... If somebody thinks my entire channel is a satire and a joke, and I'm playing some like Borat-esque character, but they're enjoying it, then I'm fine with that. If somebody takes my
fancy tricks, you get one.
Takes my content as it is intended, as honest and sincere content, and they enjoy it, I'm fine with that too. That's the way I would say you should take it. But you actually have to like my content, frankly. I want people to actually like my content and not just be random people. Let's say the raid, I'm gonna wrap up this in a second, but let's say the raid was from PewDiePie instead. Somebody with millions and millions of subscribers, and he brought millions and millions of views. And it got my channel enough subscribers to get it monetized and send it skyrocketing. I mean, yeah, that would be great, and that would be effective as a boost at the start. But I can almost guarantee you that the fan base of PewDiePie, for the most part, most of them wouldn't like my content and wouldn't stay around to watch it. So I could have 1 million subscribers and still get 50 views every stream. Okay, fine. That's kind of all you can say about that. There's really no other response to be had. It's like, okay, fine, yep. So, or if PewDiePie, say, rated me and then somehow donated $1 million to me, it would just give me this lottery winning sensation. And as in the case of most people who win the lottery, they go bankrupt within 4 to 8 years, I think is the things. Most people that win the lottery don't know how to manage money. If I was to win the lottery in YouTube and get a bunch of subscribers, I'd probably just lose them all. And even if I didn't lose them all, that small burst, I probably would overextend. And you've seen it with so many other YouTubers doing exactly that, where they start to get a little bit of success, like Logan Paul's one of the great examples, or Lil Tay, or like some of these ones where it's like all they're doing is flexing on YouTube, and they're buying way too expensive cars, way too expensive houses. They're not being conservative enough. I think even you could put like Captain Sparkles and OMG Chad. It was an old was a Minecraft YouTuber who's kind of failed to establish himself. He was definitely on the fast track to succeeding, and just stopped making content on YouTube. So maybe he went to Twitch, but I don't think he's succeeding very much. They all kind of hyper spent to their own detriment. They buy houses, they move a lot, things that you really shouldn't be doing if you're running your job out of your own house. Is like Captain Sparkles moved to California, an expensive California house. It's just like, no, that's not really where you should be. You should be somewhere in really cheap real estate with good internet, which is definitely not California. Anyways, I'm gonna leave that alone. That's my response. Maybe I'm wrong. I always want to leave the opportunity that I'm wrong, and with this live stream or just going forward, it did trigger some slow little mechanic in YouTube that will have my videos referenced and referred to more people. Maybe. I just haven't seen any analytics that seem to agree with that thought.
Job done.
Is someone
Yeah,
injured?
I don't know if there's anything else that can really be said. And we already started late. I think at this rate we will probably have some extra footage just left over for Monday, which wouldn't be a terrible thing. Some games that I just won't even bother covering. YouTube Creative Studio is talking about now that they're actually promoting people you're subscribed to on the onto the Homes page, or at least they're experimenting with that. And they had that Creator on the Rise program, which was a program that I specifically suggested. I'm not saying I was the only person that suggested in the survey to YouTube to do that, but it was something I definitely did in like nearly word for word description. And so one of the things they're thinking about is, well, they've seen some success with the Creator on the Rise program, which good, like one kind of assumes that would have been the case. That they are suggesting maybe doing a even smaller Creator on the Rise second tier for people that have really small YouTube channels, which honestly is what Creator on the Rise should have been in the first place. But at least they're thinking about that. However, in the suggestion on Creator Academy, YouTube Creator Academy, which is kind of now their merged channel that they have for several other channels that they used to have, he suggested it in a way that maybe the big channels like PewDiePie would be the kingmakers, and they would pick what the small On the Rise channel was, and he was like, I don't know, should we make them the kingmakers and should we not? And almost all of the responses, no, do it algorithmically. And algorithmically was the other option he put out there, but in all honesty, the right response is to do it randomly. Like, for the most part. I think my channel, I think real small channels would benefit a lot more from being just randomly picked than dealing with any of YouTube's algorithms, because YouTube's algorithms are designed to be manipulable in some way or somehow. Like, I think I would personally get more subscribers and more views if they just had a what they call shelves, a point where they promoted, here's a random small channel. This will change every time you hit the refresh button. Click this button to randomly dial into a new channel. And the only thing that helps my channel slightly is the live streaming, because that's how the raid, not to get back into that, found me, is that they were searching random phrases in YouTube gaming. Somebody picked Hearthstone. I was live streaming at the time, and he just picked me. And I guess I was high up on the search results on YouTube Gaming at the time for Hearthstone live stream, which is, I guess, fine. Probably due to the time. Moving on, Telltale has done something interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if this starts becoming a more popular thing to do. They put out an article on their own website called The Walking Dead, the Telltale series, the final series, Clementine Cosplay Guide. And it's so you want to cosplay Clementine a guide. And basically what this is an article that is being written by Telltale as an advertisement to promote the final season of The Walking Dead, clearly, but it is in the fashion of helping people cosplay. It seems like the guide. Oh, you can download the guide right here. Let's just look at what it looks like in total. Yeah, from the pictures that they put on their own article, it seemed like there really wasn't too much in the guide, just 2 pages. Now having downloaded it, yeah, I'm seeing 10 pages of basically this is renderings of the character. So this would be just like concept art. Let's see. The cosplay guide is talking about conditional states where apparently she has like AJ and her tattooed on her hand or her finger cut off, and then conditional scars based on choices you made in the game. So, but nobody's really gonna question you on any of that. If you cosplay anything close to Clementine, people will certainly appreciate it and be amazed by it. Yeah, this is really more advertisement than anything that would help a cosplayer. There are some logos here, but they're not in vectored images. They're in a PDF bitmap image. So if you were going to try and print out this at the right scale so that you could get the logo that's on the back of a jean jacket and then bleach a jean jacket to match that, it's not going to work. It shows a lack of understanding of just graphics from a video game company. It's like these needed to have been vector files, and I don't think you can put vector files in a PDF format.
I wield the power of black.
So these are interesting. We're going to see more of this, certainly, though. We're going to see a considerably high increase of articles and elements that would have originally been written by the third party, the fourth estate of the news media, the video game news media, which I guess is in the fourth estate in this case. And now you're not getting it from anybody who's even pretending to be independent. Instead, you're just getting a straight up advertisement. Let's see. Do I need to do anything? Warcraft, you're the only minion on the battlefield. Gain +3/+3. Ah, I screwed that up. Moving on, we have a game called Dystopia on Steam. It is a strategy adventure indie simulation violent game. It says it's a hardcore SLG and card battle. Character dead after permanent withdrawal. Data annihilation after annihilation. Time is after the war. Parallel world of Japanese split rule. I don't feel like this language is English is their first language here. Looking at it, it seems like it has some screens, then a card section, and a visual novel element to it. So yeah, I'm seeing more screenshots of the visual novel element than I am of the card game. So that definitely puts you in a different position. See, I could do three recharge and this, that, and Dystopia says it came out August 17th, 2018, I guess, and The font's too small. Well, that's it for the dungeon run. It's in English and Japanese. So, I don't know if this is a Japanese game that that just did not come over or did not get translated. So, like, I don't want to be soft on Japanese games just because they're Japanese games. I think sometimes I am. And this one doesn't look good. And it's from a developer who hasn't done anything else. And it's from a publisher who hasn't done anything else. So, with that, I am going to have to say no to Dystopia. And I guess I'm going to have to build back a weapons deck. The odds that I get a weapon, and see, all those cards are just going to be dusted, giving me more dust, I suppose, to work my way towards finishing the collection. We have a bunch of bugged cards that are marked as new. So yeah, no interest in Dystopia. Let's move on. Let's see, we need to make a weapons deck. So warrior, wild, choose, blank, blank. Type in the phrase weapon. And let's see, there's a character. This is not a new card. Let's see, here it is. Whenever a weapon is destroyed, gain +1/+1. And destroy all weapons from the hand and gain their stats. Discard all weapons from your hand. Destroy your opponent. Give your weapon +1/+1. Equip a weapon. Do that. Costless for the attack of your weapon. Gain stats equal to your weapons. Let's see. Reduce the cost. Gain the stats. Let's see. Weapons cost 2 less. We're at 19, and I don't want to. And this is becoming a pirate weapon deck, which is probably fine. Let's see, attacking a minion costs durability instead. And I'll take a couple of those, and just take that instead. Let's get rid of these, so I can have 2 of these, 1 of those. Yeah, it doesn't feel like I have enough weapons here to actually play. How are we now on weapons? Because I need to play like 6, and ideally I'd want to play this in one deck, just be done quickly with them. So I probably also want cheap weapons too, instead of going with expensive ones. That feels good enough. That feels good enough for now. Let's hop into the game and try this and keep on playing. We've got a game on Steam called Shadowside. It's an adventure indie simulation, atmospheric. It looks like they're saying it's a first-person exploration game. To me, I would have first thought it was a point-and-click adventure game, but maybe it's just a walking simulator game. First-person exploration is the kind of way of saying walking simulator for a genre that really doesn't deserve that kindness, in my opinion. Yeah, this looks like a walking simulator, just walking around spooky areas in 3D environments, which could be asset flips, could be original art. It kind of doesn't matter because there's clearly no gameplay being shown, no UI being shown, so you're just gonna explore. Speaking of wandering around, I am done with the Goosebumps video game. It was a really lazily made game. Just not happy with it at all, frankly. Having played it all, as a prequel, as an advertisement for the Goosebumps movie, I don't think it did a good job. It does have Jack Black in the game say exactly 3 words, and then that is it. And then the animation at the very end where you see R.L. Stine doesn't really look like Jack Black at all. The fact that you could choose to play as a boy or girl plays no role until the very last cutscene where it shows who you've been playing this whole time. So I was playing as a much older teenager kid than I would have thought I was playing as. So yeah, that was surprising. I was playing as a girl. There's frankly only a couple of points in the game where they used any gender pronouns, and there were much more points in the game where they should have just had you play as a male character so that there was a surprise or confusion about whether they were waiting for you to arrive at the final spot you're supposed to arrive in, or whether they were waiting for R.L. Stine to arrive. And because of that, it was rather obvious that the bad guys in the Goosebumps game, the monsters, did not care one bit about you, because they kept saying, we're waiting for him, and I'm playing as a female character, so they would have said they're waiting for her, they're waiting for her. So yeah, it felt like something that was negotiated very early in the development by WayForward and Sony Pictures, and then they did absolutely nothing with it. There's a ton of achievements in the game that really only seem like they would make sense if you enjoyed playing the game, and in enjoying playing the game, if you were to actually be willing to play it 5 times over, because you kind of have to play it 5 different times to get all the achievements, and it's totally not worth doing, so I'm not going to get all the achievements on that game. There were monsters in Goosebumps game that you just didn't really defeat, but the map indicated that they probably should be defeatable. There was actually surprisingly quite a lot it seems like you could skip if you were just careful to finish the whole game. There's a point where you're supposed to find R.L. Stine's phone number and call him, but it's under a pseudonym, so you're looking in this phone book with a bunch of names in it, and I saw no indication or direction that any one of those names was more likely to be a pseudonym of R.L. Stine versus another one, unless that is something that happened in one of the Goosebumps books. And yeah, it seems like the Goosebumps game would only be slightly nostalgically fun for a person who's read every single Goosebumps book and probably watched all the TV shows and was an adult who liked point-and-click adventures with no modern conveniences. I had the standard issue of having difficulty finding like cotton candy that I needed to solve a puzzle, and so for that reason I had to find a second walkthrough, because the first walkthrough that YouTube Google brought up was not good enough to actually tell you how to beat the game. It told you how to beat the game in a very odd way without actually playing the game and having a logical connection. So, and the fact that you can beat a game by basically using cheater stats or speedrun strategies, that's ridiculous. This game, Shadowside, to wrap up, is in English and Russian, so it's let's say probably Russian cheap effort. It's 20% off for $7.99. It looks pretty good, but it is just a walking simulator, and so like you certainly can get tricked these days. They've created one other game called Investigator that came out in 2016, and actually that one is rated mostly positive, 74% of 471 user reviews. First person exploration game. So maybe they do a really good job. I don't know. Like, in the same way I don't want to be overly generous to
hammers echo in the deep.
like, I don't want to be overly generous to Japanese games. I don't want to be overly critical of Russian games, just because there is a large section of Russian people who don't put effort into their work. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be generous. I'm gonna take this game Investigator, which is their first one and has some reviews on it and came out in 2016, and I'm gonna put it in my wish list. If this turns out to be good, if I ever play it, then I should be closer to thinking about, like, well, playing their newer game. Moving on, I need to rush a little bit quicker on all of this. Let's see. This. Play that. And then return. We have a game on Steam called Road Doom. It says it's an indie action bullet hell arcade 2D game. Yeah, it's a bullet hell flying up to the top of the screen. Game looks like MS Paint graphics. I don't know how to not use that descriptor. There's certainly a level of detail missing when I am saying MS Paint graphics, and this one certainly applies. Low resolution drawings, not smoothed edges, a limited color palette. To be fair, I probably should also describe, like, The Binding of Isaac also as MS Paint graphics, and yeah, it probably does match that descriptor quite well. Let's see, Summon 77. Road Doom is 40% off for $4.79. It's in English only.
Do you hear its
I don't
call?
see anything here that would make me want to buy it. It's from a developer who hasn't done anything else. So, GameIndustry.biz is a new source of news that I'm trying to follow, and I think this is going to be a good proving ground or disproving ground of its agenda slash character. because from my perspective, the creator of Super Seducer and the quickly released sequel Super Seducer 2 is kind of in a sleazy character. Like I don't know if the creator actually believes it or he's playing a character or what. Super Seducer is basically, I would say he's the equivalent of a Leisure Suit Larry type character, making a game, giving suggestions that people who think they're alpha would try to use, things that would almost certainly never work, giving suggestions that are probably illegal in some instances. Like I've seen actual footages of Super Seducer 1 where he says, well, just stand in their way when you're talking to them so they can't leave. And it's like, yeah, that's gonna get you arrested as you're trying to chat up people, or, you know, talk with pretty women. And really the whole game seemed a lot like an ego trip where he's playing the main character in this full motion video game, and he's got all these hired actresses pretending like they have any interest in him at all. He is not a bad looking man by any sense of the word, but his approach is sleazy and slimy. Kind of, well, I'd say Leisure Suit Larry is sleazy and slimy, and he is a bad looking man. Is the joke there. But I don't think Super Seducer has a joke point where the character you're playing gets rejected all the time. I think it propagates a mythical thinking that this game actually works and will lead to people succeeding. But GameIndustry.biz is giving them the time of day, which is interesting because kind of even after the first one, most of the mainstream video game media either didn't report on Super Seducer 1 at all, or reported on it very negatively, and just kind of like what I said, and probably would not, and probably didn't report at all on the sequel Super Seducer 2. But Game Industry Biz is giving them the time of day. That being said, I already know that there's at least 2 more articles on GameIndustry.biz that are talking about the other side of that, the SJW hyper-feminist Anita Sarkeesian sexism in gaming. So maybe it's GameIndustry.biz has no bias, maybe they do. I gotta kind of read the article. The name of this article is Super Seducer 2 creator faults #MeToo movement and a few bad apples for the first game's controversy. Richard and Kate LaRuina, R-U-I-N-A, discuss production struggles, criticism, and challenges that they did and did not make, and changes they did and did not make in the sequel. Richard LaRuina is, by very definition, a game developer. Well, how generous of you to have to justify calling somebody a game developer when anybody else who would claim to be a game developer would just get that. Let's look at the quote mines, though. I don't want to read this whole article. First quote mine, the highlighted text. When we finished the first game, it was difficult sometimes for us to play it because it was a bit awkward and we knew we could have done better. I'm sure that is a reference to technical things and not content things. Let's see. Here's not a quote mine thing, but interesting nonetheless. In this, there's a paragraph that goes, in Super Seducer 2, he's joined by dating coach Charlotte Jones in an effort to add a woman's touch after the first game was criticized for, among other things, teaching creeper or stalker-like behavior, misogyny, and was referred to at one point the world's sleaziest game. You know, the creator of Super Seducer seems like he's probably just not in touch with the average Western society, like the United States people. He feels a lot like a Daddy Derek, who's the creator of Cool Cat and did all these copyright strikes and thought Cool Cat was actually a really good tool he created when the only people who were even interested in the Cool Cat videos were making fun of it. And so his only little bit of notoriety or success is based on making something. I guess I shouldn't reference Daddy Derek because he's lesser known. The creator of that movie The Room too, just oblivious people who don't have that firm grasp of how people are taking things. I would say he's probably in that field. Let's see. There's a picture here. It says, with 10 times the budget of the first game, Richard Luna said his team was able to put much more time and consideration into planning and actually filming Super Seducer 2. And of course, Super Seducer probably succeeded very well as just a streaming thing because of the fact that because of YouTubers and Twitch streamers streaming, they probably got a lot of views around that idea, just on the name alone. Binding of Isaac also, to be fair, got a lot of views because of the way it looked and its controversial art styles and themes. So controversy does work. Let's see. Here's a quote. When we scripted the first game, well, it's not even a quote, it's when we scripted, then in brackets, the first game. So that wasn't actually said. We didn't really rehearse or visualize it. So that seems like that might be the case. Here's okay, let's attack here. Play this. I could have played that. Well, let's attack here. Attack here. Play that. And play that, I guess. And then the turn. Another picture here with a large group of men, women, and at least a couple of African American men, and potentially some Latino women. And it says below that, Super Seducer 2 will feature a much larger and more diverse cast and crew than its predecessor, which generally in any dating game, I've been critical of that on a lot of visual novels, with games that just have, there's a blonde, a brunette, and a black-haired lady that you can date, and they all have giant breast sizes and look exactly the same in any other way, or personality-wise they have none. Let's see. Next quote mine we have is, we were thinking it's a game about seduction, so we need some sexy chicks. Fair enough. Like, you're not going to, in the same way that all visual media is exaggerated and unrealistic, like, you're not going to make a better game had they brought in somebody who was horribly scarred in a fire as a character. Even Layers of Fear, which was literally actually a character that was burnt in a fire, the wife was, she still looked perfectly fine. It was just a small scar. And So yeah, that's also kind of true for Ready Player One. The movie is one of the characters was supposed to have like a birthmark that was really hideous, and it really was nothing. In fact, it was actually an endearing like beauty mark by all descriptions I've ever heard. Here's another quote mine. Just for it being more like a game, we made it so that you can win in every situation, which is probably not the truth. Let's see. They have a picture here of a screenshot from Super Seducer 2, presumably from the Boston Secretary scenario. Appears to be one of the game's wrong moves based on the image's file name, and the Secretary has bent over to pick something up, and the boss is looking at her behind. Which I guess that's a wrong move. I mean, unless you're saying something, if somebody just immediately bends over, it might be a wrong move of the female character. It's like, hey, don't bend over and show your behind to somebody, to your boss. But also, incidents like that probably would just happen in a job. Nobody would say anything about it. Here's another thing. If we were making a game exclusively for women, it was women dating tips we'd get, and it was women's dating tips we'd get no heat whatsoever. I think that's slightly not true. Like, if you were making Super Seducer 1 and you were giving bad women's dating tips, there would be at least a small contingent of people who would criticize that, because there is a small contingent of people who already do criticize the dating tip magazines that are out there, which those magazines often do give horrible dating advice. Horrible dating advice. Well, that's it for the quote mines. This article is actually really long, so I'll leave it to anybody who wants to read this GameIndustry.biz article and see if what they want to say. I'll look at the last paragraph just to see if they try to wrap it up in any kind of bias. But it seems like GameIndustry.biz really just wants to stay a little bit it's an interview. The interviewer says, I asked him what he thought had brought about this shift. He goes, it's definitely the #MeToo movement. It's definitely the mistakes of some seduction gurus and pickup artists that have done bad things, he said. Like anything, there's a spectrum. There's reasons for it. But to throw everyone under the bus because of a few bad apples, or to say that because there were some famous guys or powerful guys who took advantage and did some terrible things, that this can translate into a really nice guy approaching someone he likes in a coffee shop in a respectable way, it's a bit of a jump. So, okay. I'm sure there's plenty of gameplay footage out there of Super Seducer 1, and if you like it, then you've got more of it. I'd be totally willing to play Super Seducer. Like, I think it would probably not go afoul of YouTube's guidelines. So I don't think I'd have to do any censorship compared to playing like a visual novel that has nudity in it. And it's kind of the same thing from different approaches. One is a full motion video showing or running through fake scenarios of dating and picking up girls or guys, and in visual novels it's the same thing. It's a simulation of dating or picking up girls or guys. And really, if there's going to be a major hate for these kinds of games, they should be complaining about some of the really awful ones that are just put out on Steam every week. Not this game where, I mean, he hired actors, he had cameras, he was scripting, he was doing full motion video. He clearly wanted to put some effort and make something good. When you could have just stolen a bunch of anime girl assets, as so many other people have. So I have to give him at least a little bit of props for whether he was misguided, whether his perspective on the world does not align with reality. At least he's trying to do something, make something good. And I'm not really opposed to crazy people, for lack of a better term, making art. If they're just scribbling on a canvas and it does not look like art to anyone else, I'd still say, well, at least you're trying. It's better than somebody who wasn't trying. Alright, moving on, we have a game called Box Runner. Speaking of not trying, it looks like it's several asset flips combined, where you're playing as this robot and you're rolling around on a 3D environment trying to collect boxes and coins. It's just like a time-based roll around places to touch boxes to collect coins. Yeah, this is an experiment at best, not a game. They want $4.99 for it. No thank you to Box Runner. Oh, and yeah, I'm gonna totally lose here, but I might as well just keep on playing.
Don't make me push buttons.
Gematsu has an article.
I'll destroy you last.
The Until Dawn developer, which Until Dawn is the game that I would really like to see come to PC, has Until Dawn's developer, Supermassive Games, the name of the company, has trademarked a game called Shattered State in Europe. So it's very possible that this is going to be a new IP. It would be a little confusing if it's a new name on something that already exists, because yeah, I don't know what that would really be. Like, why would you have to change Until Dawn to Shattered State? This article does point out that the 2015 release of the game Until Dawn is owned by Sony Interactive Entertainment, and that's why it's never come to PC, I imagine. I think a lot of things might get improved quite a bit if we were to. By the way, he's using this character, which I've never seen anybody use this character before, so I have no idea what he's really doing. Has these different abilities: deal 1 damage to all enemies, swaps each turn. Yeah, if Sony went out of business and got broken up and sold off some of its licenses, there's several Sony exclusives that should come to PC and would be really appreciated. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Peter World. It looks like a Terraria-esque game. Let's see, indie, casual, adventure, action. They're saying it's similar to Mario World with a lot of actions and gameplay. No, it isn't. Looks like it runs very poorly compared to a Mario game. It looks like there's no enemies whatsoever. I guess Terraria doesn't quite follow the description either. Yeah, it's trying to look like something like Super Mario Bros. Or Super Mario World and color palette, but there is a bar of digging and such, so it is kind of half Super Mario World and half Terraria, it seems. But I see no enemies, I see no gameplay. This game, Peter World, is in English and Portuguese, and he wants $5 and 99 cents with no discount whatsoever.
Job done.
Yeah. No reason why I'd put that on the wish list. Moving on. Let's see. Next game we have is called Your Dry Delight. Set in the 1920s Prohibition era America, this romantic comedy follows Detective Richter Richter. Yeah, I guess that'd be Richter. That's not the way to pronounce that name. And his adventures as he attempts to unravel Cleveland's liquor industry. It says it's a free-to-play indie casual game. To me, it looks like it's a visual novel. Western drawn visual novel using kind of a anime style of guys. Looks like it's probably all guys. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is actually a gay romance at some point in there. Let's see. What languages is it in? It's in English only. It has 3 achievements and it's free. So the price is right and the graphics look good. Let's see. Yeah, it labels itself as a comedy, a BXB romance, and historical. And I assume BXB in this instance means boy on boy. Yeah. Your Dry Delight is the 4th Boys Love BL visual novel developed by Argent Games. It's free, so the price is right. If that's your thing, the graphics don't look too bad. The only thing I guess I could say is let's look at the other games that they've released. All the ones that are rated positively.
Failure is an option.
So I would recommend if you want to play Boys Love Games, Argent Games might be a developer for you. Looks like there's a game called Chess of Blades that's the most expensive one. And
I must choose.
I guess I'll put that one on my list. Like, I have no problem playing a boys love visual novel if I'm gonna go down into the realm of visual novels, because it would be so few anyways. It would be probably half a dozen made by a half a dozen boys love ones, which boys love being a Japanese term getting translated to English is odd in itself.
Unity, precision.
Because these are men in this instance, at least. So yeah, I think I'll put Chess of Blades in my wish list if I'm ever going to do visual novels, which I probably aren't. I'd like to try to have as much of a balance and see how things play differently from different perspectives and different desires.
Job done.
But I also don't want to be like some of the mainstream media that only cares about the gay agenda and only plays the visual novels of gay with gay characters and gay storylines in it. I want to try to be, for lack of a better phrase, fair and balanced in my coverage of those games. If I'm going to cover any of them, which that's what it all kind of just boils down to, is if I ever had time to cover any of them. Moving on, GameIndustry.biz has an article. Profits tumble 57.5% at Rovio despite rising game revenues. Angry Birds pulls in 29.7 million euros, I believe. It's a E with a line in the middle. I think that would be euros, but developer admits it did not see the growth we wanted from other games. I have a bit of a story related to that. I just uninstalled a bunch of Angry Birds games off of my phone because I hadn't played them in a very, very long time. And to be fair, I got all of them for free through the Amazon App Store, and the Amazon App Store changed kind of how it worked. So, but yeah, Angry Birds is dead. They spent way too much money trying to make it a big franchise thing instead of taking the money and run. For as much as we look at the concept of taking the money and running as a bad thing, they should have taken the money and run, and as a business maybe taken the money and run into a new IP, because Angry Birds was not going to be the thing that that saved them. They're apparently trying to license the Angry Birds movie too. More information certainly could be gotten if you read into this article. It's just financial stuff. Alright, it's been over an hour and 10 minutes, and we may not have covered as much news as I would have liked, but we got through with the America's account, so it's time now to move over to the European account, but it's also time to break up this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below in the description. And if you want to support me even further, I'm asking people to friend me on Steam and gift me a game. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
Where have your journeys taken you?
Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, August 17th, and we are on the European account, and I need to challenge a friend. Ooh, that is going to be a nightmare, so if anybody is on the European account, jump on now and send me a challenge. Let's see, we've already done the Tavern Brawl. Right. Yeah, and this is the one that would cost gold or money. So the only other thing to do is play 6 pirates or reroll this. I guess I'm committing to over the weekend. I was going to do a lot of paperwork and scheduling this weekend anyway, so this is probably fine. If I can't get a challenge a friend as we're playing right now, I will just do that. That leaves us with, since this new expansion, which isn't even here, the Boomsday is not even on the European account yet. Interesting. There's going to be over 100 Boomsday puzzles when that occurs. Like, I have Boomsday cards, clearly. I opened Boomsday cards. So the European account seems like it's not even going to... What a weird glitch. It literally was just not there. So Tuesday this is going to happen, and I guess I'll probably try to stream all Tuesday and do all the puzzles. Over 100 puzzles shouldn't be too hard, actually. But for right now, I just need to pick standard and play. So let's try Death Rattle Hunter. We'll just go down the road, and we'll stick with victories and move away. I've now looked at the endings for the 3 main characters in We Happy Few. I've heard more people talk about it. The same people talk about it some more. It might be a better way of describing it. And what it strikes me as is there's room for some editing and a mod. Because you get 2 hatches and doorways, and they load you into a section. If you made a mod, and I don't know if there's going to be enough people passionate about it, that took out most of the side quests and just moved the single story sections forward, just kind of fading out, jumping the character from the doorway that leaves their headquarters, your central location. From that point, you load very close to the place you need to be to do that mission, and you get rid of the open world element of it. I think you could probably slow down the, well, not slow down, but speed up the experience to make it something closer to a Telltale game with a little bit of interaction. I don't know if you keep any of the fighting in the game at all, and you definitely would get rid of all of the like survival things, having to take joy or not, or what they would do is they would leave it so that you could take joy or not, depending on your own decisions in a few places. There's these devices called downer detectors that detect whether you're on the joy drug or not. I imagine you could have somebody appear right in front of the downer detector. They should have a joy in their inventory. They can take it, or they can, or they should have the hacking equipment that would be the alternate option instead of doing that. Let's see. I'm gonna go and kill that. That way they can't kill this one.
Job's done.
But as it stands, We Happy Few is not really worth playing. The credits aren't, the endings aren't really great. I would say the main character that you see, the character you play as at the beginning, his story is all centered around like the fact that the society put a bunch of children on trains headed for Germany to either be raised as German Nazis or just straight up executed, you know, killed. I don't even know why they would bother to put them on trains if they were just going to kill them, but that seems to be what happened. And the main character is remembering that his brother was on one of those trains, and that is his motivation throughout the entire story.
I hunt alone.
The second character, as best as I can tell since I just watched the ending, is the female character. Yeah. I want to also say that there's 2 male characters and 1 female characters. The revelations kind of put the female character as a victim and only a victim, and in a good light, where it kind of puts both of the male characters in a bad light. It's like, it's a little unbalanced, like, but not terrible. The female character, I believe her name is Sally, seems to be, Beth says it seemed like she seemed to be running some kind of prostitution ring that was like government sanctioned or something, and somehow she had a baby, and apparently you can't have babies, so I don't know if the joy specifically stops that from being possible, or anybody that has a baby gets it taken away. And so her ending is revolving around trying to protect this child and escape from a society that won't allow children to be around. Particularly since the baby cries and they don't want anybody who is a downer who would have any negative feelings, and a baby will certainly have negative feelings or bring about negative feelings around that. The third character seems to be more of a Scottish character that's trying to reveal that the truth and reveal that they've run out of food and that everybody needs to stop taking the joy and because they're all eating rats and the drug is making them feel like that they are not doing that, or hallucinate that they're not eating vermin. From the endings alone, you don't really spoil yourself too much. You kind of figure out that there is an outside world, and Wellington Wells seems to be this isolated section that has just been forgotten. So you don't know what the rest of the world really looks like. DLC might go into that more, maybe not. They are making DLC, which is kind of silly and ridiculous in itself. But I think, as I said at the beginning, the best way for them to have told this story is to simply have turned it into a very low interactive Telltale-esque game instead of trying to have it be this open world survivor game, which is what it was originally. And so there's almost certainly a major disconnect between the amount of work that was put in to put in those survival mechanics and the amount of work that was put in to tell the story. And so very, very late in the development, the story was added. Too late, later than you normally would have it as. And that's kind of the only part that anybody cares about.
It's time for a little blow.
So they would have had to make a very, very difficult decision to edit it down into a better game. It is also a Kickstarter game, so it's trying to make something that it really isn't. Let's see, magnetic and taunt, or destroy a random enemy. I think if I do this, I'm cool.
I comply.
Okay. And then in return, I wanted to just say all that. We Happy Few has a 1.3 hotfix right now. Let's see. The game was incredibly buggy as it was released. Jim Sterling tried to blame this all on Gearbox, and I don't really see any evidence that it really is the publisher Gearbox's fault. I think that everybody in the upper management knew they had to get this game out and stop teasing it, or stop bleeding money on developing it. They needed to just put out this game, which is, I think, their first game. So they're not a AAA developer, really. They're a small indie developer that decided to try to make a AAA game, and that was the big mistake. And I think Gearbox, while you can be very critical of them to say that they didn't really support it or advertise it, they probably did the right thing now that you see it's not really a good game. So it would have probably been putting good money after bad. Gearbox did help them get a game where you constantly are taking drugs out in Australia, when now having seen how the joy works and how often you're taking it and you're just constantly taking drugs, it makes a lot more sense as far as why a game like that would have been problematic to them.
Ooh, I wonder what this does.
Oops. Well, I guess that was what it was going to do regardless. So Gearbox almost certainly helped there, and you could have, for as much as Randy Pitchford says he stands by his team and he supports his team, this is really a great example of them not blindingly standing and supporting We Happy Few's developers. Let's see. Sometimes the keys wouldn't spawn to finish a level. Fixing crashes, fixing memory leaks. Yeah, so this hotfix, the 1.3, doesn't drastically improve, doesn't change the story or the gameplay or anything, but there's bugs throughout everything, as I've
I wonder what this
seen
does.
and heard. Right, how do we want to handle this? Just end the turn. And with that, I think I'm done talking about We Happy Few until somebody goes in there, somebody with some passion. I've started watching this guy who is remaking and fan editing Star Wars Episode 8, which is an awful movie, and I think almost everybody agrees with that opinion. So he's trying to fan edit it and make it good. I think there is a fan mod, a fan edit of We Happy Few, where a normal average player would be in a position where they would be willing to spend the time and effort to play the fan edit and get the story and the experience without doing all the grinding and all the side missions, because I imagine most of the side missions don't add anything, or they could at least be whittled down. Seems like there's a considerable amount of walking, so just a simplistic fast travel mod where you could point anywhere on the map and fast travel might reduce 60 to 70% of the gameplay time in the first move. But yeah, until there's some kind of major things that changes, I'm done with talking about We Happy Few. It's not a game I'd be willing to play right now if I got it for free, which I wouldn't be surprised if it is on one of these Humble Bundle sites that gives away for free. For example, Insurgency and Orwell both were given away for free as games that were kind of overhyped by the mainstream video game media and then not super appreciated. Let's move on to Freeze Mage. I also, while I'm playing, let's go ahead and see if we can add people as friends to get some more friends on the European account.
Jaina versus Malfurion.
So yeah, I've gotten two new, relatively new, like 1 or 2 year old games. Like just for free. I wouldn't be surprised if We Happy Few is free here in 4 to 6 months. The reason why those games are free, I assume, on the Humble Bundle store is that people are selling or trading keys, or the Humble Bundle store is buying keys from Steam and then just has a glut of them for one reason or the other, or buying Steam keys from the publisher directly or getting them donated from the publisher directly. And when a game's not as well received as they thought it was going to be received, they have a glut and they just give them away. Generally, the free games you get on the Humble Store are not amazingly good games. It does open up some questions about what November will look like this year, since November was last year an experiment on just spotlighting and looking at games that I got for free, and I went through quite a lot of games, certainly, but that's not something that just immediately I think I'm gonna repeat. If anything, I kind of would want to give Orwell a little bit more of a try. And I was burning through, I think I was just going alphabetically through all the games and spotlighting them all. It added a lot of work. That was definitely the case. Let's hit this. And do I want to do anything? I don't know. We'll do that. Why not? Alright, moving on. We have a game called Exodus Proxima Centauri. Looks like it might be a 4X game, a space game. They say it's a strategy board game. Adapted from the original board game. Exodus Proxima Centauri. Pitch you against up to 5 opponents to fulfill your role as explorer, colonizer, politician, military commander. Make the best tactical decisions, as there can be only one winner and leader of humankind. So yeah, this is one of those board games, space games. Graphics don't look amazingly good. It looks like something you would see early 2000s for a PC game. There might be a big fan base that makes you, that would push you and make you want to play this on PC. I do have to wonder though about Tabletop Simulator instead, or is this too complicated to be played on Tabletop Simulator? It's $14.99. It says it has English full audio. I'm not sure I completely believe that. And it's from Offworld Games Incorporated, who's made one other game from 2015 that only got 6 reviews. 6 user reviews in the past 30 days. Or ever, actually, I think. And their other game is called Rainer's Kniza's The Confrontation. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is, they're getting really lesser known board games and trying to turn them into PC games, and that niche is just not enough of a I don't know if that's successful enough as it is. Now this Freeze Mage, to win, you basically need all the cards you can get to play the full strategy. I don't have it. We have next game we have on Steam is called Shahrzad, S-H-A-H-R-Z-A-D, the storyteller. I believe this is a misspelling of Scheherazade, the storyteller, the character in the story 40 Days and 40 Nights, or no wait, it's the story Arabian Nights, yeah, that's the name of it, where she's married to this evil sultan who kills his wife after the first night that he marries her because he gets bored with them, and to keep herself from being killed, she tells these stories. One of the stories was Aladdin and the tale of Aladdin and several other ones. But let's see. This is just a hidden object game. It's with, let's see. Let the world of 1001 Persian Nights mystify you. Persian Nights. Do they not call it Arabian Nights anymore? Or is that a mistranslation? I've always heard it as Arabian Nights. Well, this is a hidden object game. It's not from Big Fish Games. It's 10% off for $8.99, and it's in English interface only. Wanna look? It's the first game from this developer for $9.
What to do?
I'm sorry. I just kind of feel like there's a lack of quality when it seems like you're misspelling Scheherazade. Let me double check that. You know what I can do? I can highlight this and then search Google.
I wonder.
Let's see. Alright.
Time runs out on me.
I have a Wikipedia listing here from 1001 Nights character. Yeah, it is 1001 Nights. It is pronounced, it is spelled on Wikipedia Scheherazade, or in Arabic it is spelled Shahradzad. Just double check here. Yeah, they still misspelled it. The storyteller in 1001 Nights. Like, every translation I see here tells me that they've misspelled the main character's name. Arabian Nights redirects here. So Arabian Nights apparently was yeah, it was often known in English as the Arabian Nights, but it's 1001 Nights. So yeah, I mean, what can you really say other than it seems like there was such a lack of care there that they couldn't even bother to spell the name correctly. So a cheap hidden object game in itself is not a high motivator to make you want to play the game in the first place. The pictures look fine, as any hidden object game should be. They're full of a bunch of stuff. It doesn't seem like any of the screenshots indicate any kind of interface, so you may just have to click on things. Alright, this one has been silenced, so let's do this. Right, and let's do this.
Someday I'll be just like you.
Reality, woven.
Job's done.
Alright.
My thanks to you.
So yeah, so much for that point-and-click adventure game. I'm no interest in that. Let's move on. The big news story today Then Gamma Sutra has this article, but a lot of people are reporting on this article. Gamma Sutra's article is Steam's content-driven freeze on game approvals expected to last for months. So let's see, let's do this.
Someday I'll be just like you.
Let's do this. Freeze a minion and the minions next to it. Deal 1 damage.
Let the pain speak to me.
Change the cost of the minions in your deck to 1. I actually don't probably need to do that. Back in July, game developers started to notice that Valve was delaying the approval of certain builds that had been submitted to the company for release on Steam. At the time, noted that it was indeed holding back some titles for release as the company worked internally. Now, the story has been kind of shifted, and it's no longer as much a focus on, oh yes, the visual novels and the sex games are getting delayed approval, which I still think that is very much what's going on. Instead, it has now been shifted to saying just all or some group of undescribed and unnamed types of characters. Let's see.
Job's done.
Styles of games. Let's see. The company working internally to bring new filtering options to the widely gained usable platform, but offered no official time frame on how long that freeze would last and the criteria of the games being affected. And we've hit the point now where it is just censorship by a different name. Like I said, when Valve threatened to take off the sex games, and then there was a bunch of backlash between that they may just silently try something different. I'm pretty sure I said something like that. I certainly thought that. And that seems like what they're doing now is, again, whether it's Campo Santo and the new hires that came to Valve, or if it's somebody who's been in Valve for the longest time, somebody certainly seems to be on the censorship at Valve. And every second you're not allowing one game onto your store for these reasons, while you're allowing other games onto your store, you are effectively censoring. And this is, you can label it whatever you want. Governments have done this all since the beginning of time. They've said, oh, we're not really censoring. What we're doing is we're just trying to find the category here. It's the same thing that the Australian government says, and like the German government says, is that if these games aren't classified, or if we can't give these games ratings, then they can't be sold. Well, that's still censorship. So the story goes on. Now, 1 month later, another developer has reached out to Valve about a game stuck in the approval process, only to discover the title is being withheld until those mutuals are in place. A process that Valve rep says could take months. Now, I don't know if this might be a case of the Valve reps just being told to say the wrong thing, but it seems almost true too. Well, we didn't win there. Let's move forward and see if we can add a new friend. Like they are holding things for no reason, and it's very odd because there's plenty of like slider anime girls and some level of this of appearance coming out still. So some games definitely are coming out. I don't know if this is a case of Steam Greenlight is approving everything, and possibly the publishers that aren't going through Steam Greenlight and paying that $100 development fee each time, maybe that is the case, because it seems like the people who they should be maybe holding back a little bit, if they're going to hold anybody back, are still getting through, and then the people that say, no, actually we spent some effort on these games, these are actually the good quality sex games, if you believe that there is some level of good quality sex games, which some people would agree with and some people wouldn't, those are getting held back. Let's see. The quote here is, we're right in the middle of building some new features in the Steam for customers to be able to choose the type of products they see in the store, reads the response from Valve's S. Sean J. Quote, your game has content in it that needs these features to be completed and shipped first. You'll have to do some additional store page work around describing the content in your game once we've completed those features. We don't have an exact timeline for those features, so please be patient as we complete the work. And so they're bankrupting people, basically. Like, if now it's not smart to have no money when you release a game, but it is somewhat close to the case that a lot of games come out and you need to start making money in that quarter. Several months put you out of one financial quarter and into another by adding delays, and this is inherently why delays are not something people like or want to tolerate in the video game industry as far as the publishers. Also, people playing games don't want the delays either. Speaking of which, Spyro the Dragon trilogy got delayed about a month. It was probably a good thing for them though, because it'll probably be more polished. Let's see. Sean J apparently is either the person that is the representative. Sean, S-E-A-N, and then capital J. Sean J goes on to note that the work on these tools is indeed progressing, but not in a way that allows him to provide a narrowed down time frame for the release. However, in response to devs on questions about meeting the game's planned September 7th release date, Sean J tells them to assume months at this point. Based on just the developers coming forward, it seems like visual novels and some degree of adult content are in the crosshairs of approval of this approval freeze. One such dev shared their recent conversation with a Valve employee seemingly from the Valve developer portal and noted that their game was being held despite censoring out adult content and images from the Steam edition ahead of time. So even if you are trying to avoid this by censoring out the content ahead of time, which would have been an acceptable middle ground if Valve just told you, look, we'll let your game out if you censor it like you used to, like we used to require, and then you can put out an updated patch and when they have these new features. That would be a honest and realistic way to deal with this, is to say, right now we're going to say no. In a few months time, the patch will be coming that will allow you to patch out that content, to patch out the censorship. Let's see. A step that Dev says has worked for their past releases on Steam. See, so the developer says they've even done this before. They've censored games out for the Steam version. Well, Valve has yet to comment on the criteria, and Valve never comments on anything, of course.
Protocol 7.
The battle.
Let's hit that. While Valve has yet to comment on the criteria under which they're selecting games to withhold from Steam for the time being, sudden policy enforcement shifts have slighted visual novel developers in the past. And I don't know why they're specifically targeting visual novel developers unless the visual novels have sexual content or suggestive dialogue. The phrase here, suggestive dialogue, is not getting played or used as a tag, and maybe that is in part the problem here. But if you're making a visual novel and there's no dating or romance in it and it's getting caught in the crosshairs of this, that's completely unfair. Completely unfair. Is it just anime characters? Is it just the moe art style in which anime characters look like shorter and younger and frankly not realistically human at all? Is this all censorship in some way to appease some country around the world that you're not in? It could be. It very possibly could be that they're withholding and censoring games worldwide to be in line with Saudi Arabia's laws, or the European Union's laws, or the Germany's laws, or you know, I mean, it could be something crazy like that. Let's see. At one point a few months back, we already talked about this, Valve reached out to several visual novel developers and threatened to delist their games, all of which had been previously approved for a Steam release, until those devs patch out the content deemed inappropriate. However, Valve later backed down from those threats. Or did they? Like, clearly there is a snake in the grass at this point. Like, you can't say there isn't. Somebody has it out against visual novels and sex games. And I think it is the Campo Santo people. Alright, so I'm gonna have to move over to the Asian account unless somebody decides to hop in really quick and allow me to... Let's just watch this guy. Now give me time to talk. Let's see.
The light shall bring victory.
I mean, it's weird that Valve would come out and say Valve shouldn't be choosing for players what content they can and can't buy, and here a month later they're doing exactly that. They said they would be allowing all content outside of content that is illegal or straight up trolling. Troll games have not been hampered in any real way. Like, the problem here, the problem here is Valve is clearly just needs to be reorganized. It needs a leader at the top and not Gabe Newell, who doesn't clearly want to be a leader. It needs to have a strict structure in place. It needs to get rid of its bonus system. I'm looking at 3 comments here. One says, can you please just increase the Steam Direct fee already? The volume of releases are smothering legitimate commercial projects. Even a simple increase to $200 would do the job. I'm not sure if I agree with that. The other ones, there's a comment that says, hate and revenge, okay, dismemberment, okay, decapitation, okay, extreme blood, gore, and viscera, okay, war, violence, cruelty, and murder, okay, hugging and kissing, be really careful where this is hidden, eroticism and love, ban this S forever, equals modern standards, which I think, he's kind of right. Like, there's probably a game out there where you can decapitate something, like zombies or something, certainly. And everything else is true. There's definitely hate and revenge motivations and characters and talked about in stories.
Thank you.
Let's see, yeah. Meanwhile, we have games like Ducks and Goobers on Steam, which is a pixel graphics MS Paint looking, looks like it's a tower defense game. Still happening here. It's like, this is still happening. Ducks and Goobers is 20% off for $3.99, has 16 Steam achievements. I'm not going to suggest that game, definitely. There are other articles that we'll come back to talking about Steam effectively censoring their market, at least on a temporary basis. Like, in the meantime, we also know that, like, China hasn't approved the game in a very long time, so they're effectively censoring all video games. Seems to be mostly because of there not being anybody in charge of the censored boards that... Can I squelch this guy? Yes, I can. That's interesting that if somebody is watching, they can still get spammed by somebody even if you've squelched them. Like, China's in particular hasn't approved the South Korean game out of spite for a long time. I imagine Russia doesn't approve a large amount of games, but I'm not sure there's even much of a market for buying legitimate copies of games in Russia. For a long time there wasn't. Every single game that, even if you went to a shop and tried to buy a legitimate copy, you were still buying some stolen, copyright infringing, cracked version of the game. Gamma Sutra has a weekly jobs roundup. There's a lead producer for Velen Studios in Troy, New York. There's a promotional artist for Phoenix Fire Entertainment in Corona, California. There's a game designer in Inno Games for Hamburg, Germany. There's a submissions specialist for Atlas USA, quote, Sega of America, for Irvine, California. I wonder what the submission specialist deals with the ratings boards, apparently. Senior environment artist for Remedy Entertainment in Espoo, Finland. Feels like that job has been out listed multiple times in the recent history, past month or so. We've got a game on Steam called Coloring Pixels, which it's like a paint by number game, which inherently it's not terrible looking, like a single screen kind of Unity type game. You see these boxes with different numbers, and it seems like you either individually or using a flood fill or some other system fill in all the colors. I bet there aren't too many of these. But it is also a free-to-play game, so the price is right. 70 Steam achievements, free-to-play.
Unity, precision, perfection.
Let's see. Yeah, it has 60 plus levels for free. Doesn't seem like there's any kind of microtransactions or anything here. This is probably a very good way to release a simplistic, like, first or second year project for a video game programmer onto Steam. Like, give it for free. It's not really more than what it, or it's not trying to pretend like it's more than it is. A game like this also probably would be kind of difficult to play on a cell phone, just because the pictures can be really, really big. I'm looking at the video and they're filling in a really, really big picture of the moon with different shades of gray and black and white, and it was very zoomed in. So I would say if I was going to cover free games, Coloring Pixels actually gets my seal of approval, whereas I don't have an official seal of approval or anything, but I'll give it a thumbs up and say, yeah, that looks like something that might interest some people if they want to do a paint-by-number-esque game. And being on a monitor makes a little bit of sense. Next game we have on Steam is called Hexiverse. It says it's an early access strategy game. It's another game where you're on a small planet. It looks like you're resource gathering. They say it's a turn-based multiplayer strategy game. You're on like hexagonal grids. This really seems like it is a direct rip-off of a game I saw about a week ago where you were on small planets doing resource gathering. Alright, we gotta leave here and no. Alright, well, I've learned my lesson about watching other people play Hearthstone. If they're just going to jump into the next game, let's move over to the Asian account. I'll deal with the challenge a friend off screen. Hexiverse is $4.99 with no discount. Multiplayer only, therefore it is of no interest to me. Gamma Sutra has an article of the Tekken and Yakuza voice actor Unsho Ishizuka has passed away. He, I believe, is probably better known as an anime voice actor. He voiced, let's see if we can get a full list of things instead of me just mentioning things off the top of my head. Let's see, Paladin or Priest, I think, versus Warlock or Priest. So I'll roll that. Let's see, use the hero power more than 20 times. Okay, I think we can do that. Let's play Control Priest. Let's see. Ishizuka voiced a variety of characters, notable video games including characters in Tekken Tag Tournament 2, Tekken 7, Yakuza 3, and Samurai Warriors. I'm not going to name the characters. He also appeared in many popular anime shows, the Japanese voice of Professor Oak in Pokemon, Jet Black in Cowboy Bebop, and Von Hohenheim in Full Metal Alchemist. I believe he also played Mr. Satan in Dragon Ball Super or Dragon Ball Z. The veteran actor has been receiving medical care for esophagus cancer, but according to a statement from his talent manager, no treatment proved effective. So, yeah. You have an old voice actor, old guy that died. We're gonna see more of this. I say this every time as voice actors and creators of the first generations of video games and animation in this case start dying off. We'll see more stories. The game Cube, Q.U.B.E.2 has some new DLC that they've released as part of their season pass. The base game, Cube 2, if it's the game I'm thinking of, was a bit of an interesting experience because it's, yes, this is the game I'm thinking of. Cube 1 was just a straight up puzzle game with no story, and Cube 2 added a story to it, and they're adding more content. Cube 2 is rated very positive, 83% of 304 user reviews. It came out May 13th, 2008. So I will make sure, I guess, that the DLC is in my wish list. More and more I'm trying to put DLCs in wish lists. That way I have a general idea of what ones I want to get, what ones I don't. I'm not picky at all on DLCs. Generally I want all the DLC so I can show off the entirety of the game, and so I want to get a deluxe version of the game no matter what. But there are a lot of opportunities where people could gift me a game that might be on sale for like $5, and then the 4 bits of DLC might be on sale for $5 each. So then I'm spending $25 on a game instead of $5 has been spent on that game, or I'm spending $20 extra because somebody gifted me a $5 game, which that's certainly not financially a good way to do business. Moving on, PC Gamer has a article, NVIDIA's outlook on cryptocurrency GPU sales is great news for gamers. The cryptocurrency boom is over for now anyways. I heard, yes, that a lot of the cryptocurrencies had major downturns. I think a big part of that certainly is that I think the cryptocurrency markets were based a lot on speculation and manipulation, and the true value of cryptocurrency, if there ever is going to be a true value, I don't think has been found yet. I'm not going to read this whole article though. The title says it all. This is good news because hopefully the 2080 series of graphics cards are not marked up ridiculously or bought in major bundles. Of course, this is also the only thing they really could have said. I'm not sure what else they could have said. They've already made it clear that they don't want cryptocurrency miners buying their video cards, and they want to sell it to people who are buying video games. That way people keep making better looking video games. That way people keep having to buy new video cards. Moving on, Your Gamer has an article. 25 years later, DICE's long lost Mega Drive game will finally see the release. Let's see, what is this game called? Hardcore was the name of it. Its fate sealed in an afternoon meeting with publisher Psygnosis, where all Mega Drive projects were dropped in order to focus on newer hardware. So there's a trailer here for this game, Hardcore. It's a pretty old school name, certainly. And see, what I'm seeing right now, just to start off with, as a pixely depiction of a character, looks better than Tanglewood did. But yeah, Hardcore looks like it is a Contra-esque run and jump platforming game with probably a little bit of Metroidvania. It seems to have some top-down sections where you're driving a tank. Seems like you're shooting at all times. They're calling it a Euro-style 2D gameplay with hardcore gameplay. It's coming to the PS4 and the PS Vita, and it seems like, honestly, this probably wouldn't have run with as many enemies and as many particles on the screen. Like, I think there's very possibly been some polishing and finishing and changing. Let's see. Yeah, the article goes down to show a 1994 unreleased build of the game, and this is like an 8-minute video. And looking at what it looks like in this instance, it's being shown on like a projector to people. There's considerable less particles and enemies on the screen. The speed at which you're moving and firing seems to have been reduced. Yes, this is much more in line for what even a hardcore game on the Sega Genesis would have been like. Not the fast-paced trailer for the new version of it. So they're taking the concept and tweaking it. I'm supposed to be using my hero power, and I know I'm not. Yeah, but I am certainly more than willing to look at hardcore if it came over to PC, but I don't think it is. Seems like it's just PS4 and Vita. I don't know if it's really just a historical reason though you'd want to look at it. I don't think it's going to be a eShop million seller game, and I'm sure there are no physical editions coming out. Unless they're gonna do like Tinglewood did and release the ROMs and sell actual cartridges. Let's see. Do 1 damage so like to play with fire? Let's keep on playing. We have a game on Steam called Leder Panzer, L-E-D-E-R, Panzer. It says it's an early access action indie game. To me it looks like it's an asset flip game where you're playing as a tank wearing a sombrero apparently. Like, yeah, this looks like it's a troll asset flip game from a developer called Mind Altering Games, which has made nothing else. They want $9.99 with no discount. It has 7 Steam achievements. Yeah, I think it's pretty easy to just immediately dismiss this as a kind of looks like a cell phone cheap game too, where you can put different characters on top of these tanks and you're making the tank fly. It's just all over the place. Let's see.
Blood and plunder.
Let's heal. Let's play. And end the turn. We have a game on Steam called Cupid's Love Crisis. It's just labeled as casual. And there's a bunch of screenshots. It looks like it is kind of a clicker game, sort of like Asteroids. There's like these green hearts that are coming to you that I think are good. Either that or in the trailer the player is playing very badly. And then there are these red like devil hearts that you're supposed to click on to stop that. And there's like blue hearts too that I think are good. And the Cupid is just in the middle of the screen doing nothing. There's just a slight animation of his wings flapping, which there aren't even really angel wings. It looks more like just insect clear wings and clouds in the background. Just a very low effort game here. 33% off for 66 cents. Bundles, of course, in bundles. No achievements though, so I don't know why they're giving away games. But this is one of those games that has items available for purchase, and in buying items they're probably trying to do some shenanigans with this, so I would heavily suggest avoiding Cupid's Love Crisis because it's a bad game and there's probably some shenanigans there. Let's see. Deal this. Heal this. And then you need to double. Let's see. Attack here, and then the turn. We've got a game called The Adventures of Mr. Fluffykins. It seems like it's a 3D platformer, kind of that Nintendo 64 era of games. You're playing as a skinny version of Garfield, I guess is how you might describe it, as a cat walking on his hind legs with a blue hat and orange with black tiger stripes. He's jumping over platforms where there's these pickaxes hitting things. He's gotten through that point, and then he just threw a bomb and it defeated a bunch of enemies, and he just threw a bomb and it broke a wall, and now there are logs falling. Little bits here seem like ideas for a 3D adventure game, but there really seems to be no polish. Seems like the cat has like a rolling attack, and you can pick up logs and throw them. The enemies turn into confetti when they die. Let's see. Double this. And do this. And let's attack here. And heal here. And heal these.
I don't need any of you.
And then in the turn. I mean, I guess I could hit that.
Quickly.
Yeah. I don't know, this game looks like it's just not polished enough. This looks like a game that might end up in an awesome games done quick, because it's I've seen certain games like this before. It's early access, they want $14.99.
I want you, and you, and you.
It's supposed to have 6 unique levels, which seems kind of small. Yeah. I guess I'll keep an eye on it. Like, this is almost certainly a game that not too many people will buy. It's first released from this developer who is self-publishing. That is kind of weird too. You would, had this had a publisher, had this game had more support, I think like it could be a longer game, a kid-friendly game, something that tries to be secondary to a Nintendo game. It's a new IP, so that's a problem too, or it might be a good thing depending on how you look at it. Alright, well, start with that, and we'll play that. What is my purpose? And we'll heal that, and then you will play this, and then we'll do that. And now he's got only 1 life. Let's see. Gamma Sutra has an article, Mastering the Road Ahead, How Urban Planning Can Inspire Your Game Updates. It's a blog, not an article. I guess I should make a difference there. Like,
So many.
there's some bullet points here. This seems like a oddly phrased and contextualized idea. Instead of having a blog that says how to improve your game updates, let's look at urban planning and talk about them for no reason. Let's see. Like, it really does seem like it's a false correlation or that's being made here for no real informative reason. It's not like people know urban planning like the back of their hand. You'd have to learn urban planning to understand the references, to understand game updates. You might as well just explain the game updates by themselves. I only used the hero power 5 times. Wow. Well, it's been over an hour, and it's time to wrap up. As for that article, don't think there's really anything there that I need to cover. It's an article, blog, if you want to read it. We've still got plenty of news to talk about, and a little bit to do. I don't know how this has happened, but we've started having a lot more news than gameplay, and I guess that's fine. But it's going to get weird too. Well, you know what it's going to do is it's going to give me more opportunity to get up in ranked play and maybe make it to rank 19, 18. That's it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, I'm asking people to friend me on Steam and gift me a game or a gift card. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, August 17th. We started late and it's a lazy Friday, so we've still got a decent amount of news, and I need to use my hero power 15 times, so I guess I'll play as a hunter, and then worst case scenario, I'll hop into the European account where I have a challenger friend quest and see if anybody is online that would actually let me challenge them. Otherwise I'll have to do it off screen. If that doesn't work, I'll hop back to the main account, to the US Americas account, and use that.
Rexa versus Thrall.
For Doomhammer, let the hunt begin.
Yeah, what was I gonna say there? Yeah, I'll go back to the main account and just play ranked play. That's what I was going to say. And we'll try and get up to higher ranks. We've got a lot of news, so I'm going to try and burn through it as fast as possible. We may have some games that get left over for Monday. Gamma Sutra has an article, Don't Nod's Vampyr, V-A-M-P-Y-R, the game that came out relatively recently, has been picked up for a TV adaptation by Fox 21. Now, picked up is a difficult term in the TV industry to explain. It says Fox 21 has snatched up the rights to a television series, so I bet they've optioned it, but I don't know if that means that they are getting funded to write like a 3-episode on speculation pilots, or if it doesn't seem like they've gotten anywhere close to securing a 6-episode run, 12-episode run, 1-season run. or anything like that. And Fox in particular is pretty bad about canceling things. So even if this vampire show did happen, it's probably just going to get canceled relatively quickly, to the dismay of anybody who may have liked it. Fox 21 is the production company behind the shows Supernatural and Shadowhunters and DJ2 Entertainment. And they're the co-producer of the upcoming live-action and CG Sonic the Hedgehog film to adapt the game for TV. So I don't know what Shadowhunters is, and I don't know what DJ2 Entertainment. I guess DJ2 Entertainment might be the co-producer that is doing the live-action Sonic and CG Sonic. If I was to guess. Alright. Deal 3, summon 033 Wolf. I do know what Supernatural is, of course. I think most people would. But I don't know if Supernatural... Honestly, when I try to think about Supernatural and for its like 12 seasons that it's been going on, I think it's just like a cheap show that's fair enough to watch, but if you actually were to try and cut it down to the good episodes, you barely would get 3 or 4 seasons out of it. It ended pretty badly at the end of this last season, and every time it ends, it's teased as if this is going to be the final season, which is probably just no confirmation whether the CW is going to renew it or not. The article goes on to say the arrangement marks the second time one of Dontnod's titles has been picked up for a television adaptation following its 2015 release of Life is Strange. DJ2 Entertainment was also brought on board for that project, though things have been quiet about the planned Life is Strange TV series in the 2 years since it was first revealed. Which really, for Dontnod, all this means is the French company has sold the television rights, probably just in the United States, to Fox 21, and they're just sitting on it like they sit on so many rights, because they just didn't want anybody else to get it. That's kind of all it like breaks down to. Let's see. Yeah, there's really no more news to take from that, really. You very unlikely will ever see a vampire TV series. If it does come out, I mean, it's unlikely that it would matter one way or the other. Okay, change this health to this, and then change this.
The eternal hunt has begun.
Let's see. I wanted to point this out, like, NIS America has apparently refunded people who pre-purchased the game in Disgaea 2 for PC. I think it's Disgaea Cut 5 complete for PC. Everyone who pre-purchased in May received a refund for their game to prevent any kind of overcharge since the game is discounted now. Please pre-purchase the game, not the digital Dude edition, and you will receive the art book for free. So I bet what happened here is there was some slight of delay. there's some sort of delay that caused a need to refund or desire to treat the customer well, I suppose. Let's see. Deal 1 damage and take that. And then the PSA Part 2. Please note, if you're pre-purchasing the game in May, you do not need to pre-purchase the digital June edition to get the art book. It will be given to you free of charge. For those of you pre-purchasing now for the free time, the digital art book will not be included. So they've got a list of people who pre-purchased it in May, and they will get the art book, but other people won't. That's just kind of a mess. It's just a mess in general. I don't know why they wouldn't have just made the digital art book as a separate DLC item. I don't know if Steam would let them do this and just give it to the people as quick as possible to solve questions about it as quickly. I will take this one, and I will take this one, and I'll make like an 8. Whenever this menu takes damage, deal 3 damage to your hero. Oh man, I did not play that right. And the turn. So yeah. Difficulty pre-ordering Disgaea 5. So do some research had you pre-ordered it. We've got a game on Steam called Mind Over Mushroom. It looks like a bit of an asset flip game. It says it's a turn-based tactical game. I don't know if it I guess it's something like XCOM, just animated a lot worse. It's single player only. It has 19 achievements. It's 10% off for $13.49. Seems like it has like tiny little square areas that you're working in. It seems the trailer's set in this like giant pumpkin fields with pumpkins bigger than they likely would ever have been. Or could ever be. Yeah, this just kind of feels like an asset. Asset flip type game. Seems like maybe you play as skeletons and it has like a Halloween theme to it. That would explain the pumpkins. Yep, but nothing here catches my attention. First game from this developer, 10% off for $13.49 if I didn't say that. Moving on, PC Gamer has an article, a glitch in Twitch, say that 3 times fast. A glitch in Twitch may have exposed streamers' private messages. I'm not 100% sure what private messages per se would ever have been sent on Twitch. I guess there could have been certainly some of that happening, but like in all realisticness, I feel like that's not gonna have happened too often.
I shall bring you wrath.
Some archives of the old private messaging systems included messages that were intended for other people. Prior to the removal of the old messages feature in May, Twitch enabled streamers to download archives of their messages before they were nuked into nothingness. As reported by Polygon, it didn't go quite as planned, and some messages ended up going to the wrong people. Doesn't seem like this was probably doesn't seem like it's much of an issue. I doubt very many people even use that. So let's see. It's time to move on. So I hit this. Let's do this. Did that. And a cheap one like that. I could play the secret. Oh man.
I shall bring you rest.
There you go. Twitch didn't mention how many messages were misdirected or tell me or how many streamers were affected, but it set up a portal to tell you if your private communications were among them. But yeah, I've never used Twitch private messages. I think somebody maybe private messaged me, but on my Twitch account. But since my Twitch account is just a backend, I didn't respond to it. I just read it probably a lot later. Let's keep on playing Spell Hunter. I guess that's the right one to do. Next, we have a game on Steam called Sandhill Architectures. It's seems like it's a programming game. Work as a programmer for Sandhill Architectures in the 1973's design and optimize programs using Sandhill's Architecture's new and most powerful computer, the Sandhill III. So yeah, this is a programming game that I'm not sure why you would want to play this programming game when there was a better programming game that came out about a week ago that has looks like it has better graphics, better storyline, and more of a reason to want to play that if you're not super obsessed with programming. And at a certain level, if you just love programming, you take the video game aspect out of it, because the video games aren't the best way to teach programming by far. They might teach some basic concepts, and then that's kind of it. So if you want to program by all means, but if you want to learn programming, you probably want to do something else. Yes, and one of the recommended games is called Exapunk, and Exapunk is the better programming game. It looks better, it has a story, and if you're going to play anything, play Exapunk. It's rated very positive, 96% of 77 users. It's being played by Scott Manley. I believe he is actually a rocket scientist who got popular, to me at least, by playing Kerbal Space Program, which is an incredibly difficult game, so inherently Exapunk might also be a pretty difficult game, but programming games in general. Also, the game 7 Billion Humans is about to come out, and that is also going to be a programming game, and it's probably even better than Exapunk, if I was to guess. I don't know for sure. And so yeah, 7 Billion Humans might be the game to wait for. Let's see. We have a Gamatsu article. The game Varnir of the Dragon Star has 3 new characters. They're talking about Persian, Durandal, and Shikuta. Looks like 3 guy characters. Let's see what game this is. It's a Varnir of the Dragon Star. Eclipsis of the Dragon is due for the PS4 on October 11th in Japan. I'm not sure if this is going to come out to the West. It looks like it's a Japanese RPG. It might just be a little too Japanese. Summon 3 white, 3 wolves.
I don't have enough mana.
I don't have enough mana, okay. Put them in the turn. That's one of those Gematsu simplistic articles. Here we have a VR game called Flotilla 2. They say it's a tactical game about big battleships in outer space. I would say it's an asset flip game with a bunch of random junk floating around, not even in space, because you just have this brown background behind you, not stars or blackness. It has 100 Steam achievements. It's 10% off for $8.99. This may be the marking of the first Steam achievement game that has been released for VR. Which, that's certainly an interesting new twist, if that's the case. But it also points out that VR is not getting established as good games. It's just kind of getting really mediocre games at best released under that banner, under that platform. Let's kill this guy and do this. This. Another turn. I am trying to win as I'm playing, so I'll take victories even if I'm not accomplishing my goals. Rock Paper Shotgun has an article. The generation hopping platformer The Messenger is coming, delivers the goods on August 30th, it says. It looks like it is a platformer game. Actually, I've already seen a quick look of this. This looks very much like a NES game, and because of that, it's not very visually appealing. It also looks like it's going to be really, really hard. The Messenger will launch on Steam August 30th. It also apparently, it says it's coming to the Switch also, so that's something. Let's hit this, track this. Do this. Play.
Quickly.
I'm going to do that then. Do this instead. Do that instead. And then take one more health. And then the turn. Let's see. I guess I'll keep an eye on the Messenger and put it on my wish list just to keep an eye on it. To see if it gets really, really well reviewed. But from my initial appearance of it, it doesn't seem like it's there. Let's see, I still need to do like 5 more uses of the hero power. Okay, we've got a game on Steam called Drunk Fu Wasted Masters. It's a multiplayer 4-on-4 beat 'em up type game, although it might be more than 4-on-4. It says it's single player, but it really is just multiplayer for the most part. 26 achievements. You can buy it for $9.99, or if you play it in the next hour and 19 minutes as of this stream, you can play it for free.
Your soul shall be mine. Let the hunt begin.
I've seen so many of these games. First recommendation I see is not recommended. It says it has poor game modes, few levels, poor AI, game feels like you don't know what you're doing and just smash the buttons. Not a good sound design. Yeah. Seen so many of these games, they seem to be in some people's head like a brawler 3D Smash Brothers type game. People seem to think that that's an easy thing to do when that's actually a really difficult thing to do, because it gets into a ton of nuance and balance, and if you're just throwing 4 characters on a platform and telling them to fight, you're not going to make a good game. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, I have no interest in drunk foo wasted masters. Let's see if it's the only other game made by this developer is called Spareware, and it has mixed reviews. We have a game called In Your Realm on Steam. They say it's an old school challenging RPG. Oh, it's my turn, so I have to actually play. RPG roguelike experience with randomized encounters and a unique combat system. To beat the game, the player needs to play through every weakness of their personality represented in the game as bosses in their respected worlds. This looks kind of like it's aping the Binding of Isaac animation style, but it's telling a slightly different story. I guess in a lot of ways this is just a clone of Binding of Isaac, but we haven't seen a lot of Binding of Isaac clones that succeeded since Binding of Isaac and its sequels and its DLC utterly dominated for at least 3 or 4 years, I would say. The animation doesn't look great on this though. Do I want to give this one In Your Realm enough of an opportunity to even look at it? Is the question I'm asking myself. It's the 10% off for $11.69. There are no reviews. I guess I'll be generous and keep an eye on this. The thing about the Binding of Isaac art style is it is very close to being just an ugly art style and a badly drawn art style. So looking at In Your Realm and they're kind of aping that art style but not doing it quite as good, well then it's one step closer to being ugly. If this is the first game for this developer, I'll keep an eye on this. I can't recommend playing In Your Realm right now unless it just really catches your attention, or you've played so much Binding of Isaac at this point that it's ridiculous.
To my side.
It would be silly to play more of it. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article going into the deep end of horror with the Deep End Games. Deep End Games made the game Perception, and so this is probably just an interview with them. Yes, it is. And they're working on something new called Dark Web. I'm not sure how you could really make the dark web scary. Like, to me it sounds kind of ridiculous and just like a bunch of people who don't know what the internet was and has kind of always been are now calling it scary and calling it the dark web. See, I just don't think it's going to turn into the boogeyman that people who use that phrase think it is going to be. The dark web might simply describe people who are just using a VPN to avoid government spying and censorship. This article though is just a TechRaptor interview article. It doesn't seem, I don't see any quote mines here or anything that really are saying anything too important. We'll hear more about the game called Dark Web later. Let's see, is this game in English? Yes, it's in English and simplified Chinese. It's called Stay or Leave. Looks like it's an RPG-esque game, RPG Maker-esque game. Not very well animated at all. Just looks ugly and boring. It is widescreen. I guess it deserves a little bit of applaud there. Stay or Leave is $3.99. No achievements or anything. Let's see. Deal this. And then deal this. Oh. You know what? I played that wrong. I should have attacked with that. And then... Let's see, what are we looking at? Yeah, Stay or Leave. Not interested. Not interested. Since China's not approving any of their own games, it starts to make no sense that these Chinese games are getting approved. And frankly, if Valve and Steam came out and said, oh, the reason why we've had a delay in approving visual novels and such is because China, we've seen a major increase in games that are trying to get approved, and it's just slowed us down, that would be, I think, more reasonable a response.
I hunt alone.
It would be at least something, but that's not what they're saying. And I don't know if I'm saying I would prefer for them to lie to me, but I kind of would prefer companies to lie to me and give me a reasonable reason instead of showing their face, their nasty side, just directly. Like, there is something about being ashamed about the nasty things you're doing versus being unashamed about the nasty things you're doing. Well, that's quite the event there. We have a game on Steam called Slip Drive. They say it's a small, fast-paced game designed to provide challenge and test your reflexes. I would say it looks like a 1990s PC game where you're flying around different environments. I mean, if these are asset flip environments, they are very old and ugly looking asset flip environments. Like, you could do better these days. Third-party EULA, seeing a lot of that. Apparently it's a VR game too, although it doesn't say you need VR. It's 20% off for $3.99. They're calling it a throwback to classic arcade style games of the 90s. Like, the graphics don't need to be a throwback. And this is the first game by this developer. Yeah, no interest there. Next game we have on Steam is called Chase. It says it's a fast-paced co-op, local co-op game. You control a spaceship trapped in a force field with 3 other players, and a missile and a tracking beacon. The last man standing by shooting the beacon. Be the last man standing by shooting the beacon and sticking it to the other players so they die in a glorious explosion. Interesting concept, implemented very poorly here. Again, 90s level animation, flat top-down 2D graphics. It seems like when something blows up, sometimes the shield might get smaller. Maybe. Again, it says it's single player, but it's probably not. It has 20 achievements, 10% off for $7.19. Way too expensive for what it looks like. Way too expensive. Yeah, I just don't get why these cheap bad games can make it through so easily. But Steam is stopping the visual novels, which would be better quality than this game. For example, Chase. I would, any day of the week, I would bet on a random visual novel over a game like Chase to sell more, to entertain more people, to have a better quality product, better animation, better audio, better kind of everything you can think of, better story. So I don't know why you're hurting your storefront by not releasing good products and instead releasing a bunch of bad products. If they were just going to say we're going to not approve anything, that'd be one thing, but they're picking favorites and they're picking the wrong things as favorites. I think almost anyone would agree to that. Here, next game we have on Steam is called We Escape, W-E-S-C-A-P-E. Seems like it is a maze runner asset flip game where you're in a 3D maze trying to escape. Seems like there might be some puzzles too where you have to, I don't know, assemble like a Rubik's Cube in the air. So like, that's more than I expected this game to actually have. And it seems like there might be some other puzzles too, but the graphics look so bad. There's no way anybody should put up with how awful this looks.
I wonder.
Yeah, yep. It's just ugly asset flips. Ugly asset flips, that's all we're seeing. 6 achievements, 10% off for $2.69. Is it because these games are labeled as early access, or are they just not getting looked at by Steam at all? Next game we have is called GoTo, G-O-T-O. GoTo is a minimalistic maze game in which leads you to finish the level by moving in 4 directions, it says. It looks like it is an ASCII-based maze game with most of the screen not having anything on it. It is horribly lacking in graphics. I don't know what how am I supposed to get rid of this? Like, I need this to die and this to die, and yeah, I think I can do that. Probably gonna lose here. GoTo is 15% off for 84 cents, which most of the games we've seen today have not been selling for $1, $1.50 or anything. They are asking for $7, $10, $15, even though they're incredibly bad. I do want to also mention that GoTo is not a word. In programming language, there's a command, GoTo, G-O-T-O, but in the English dictionary it is G-O space T-O. So I almost forever am in my head making the mistake of thinking GoTo or typing GoTo as if it's a word. I think a lot of programmers, particularly programmers who were taught to program in BASIC where GoTo as a command was acceptable, almost all programming languages after BASIC as just a general said never use GoTo at all. And then they've danced around different ways to to not use GoTo even in situations where it might make some sense. Yeah, GoTo is the #1 forbidden command that you're taught to never use, even though it might be included in some older languages. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article, Coverage Club Flavors of Fantasy. This is a collection of games. So they're talking about a game called FHTAGN, The Tales of Creeping Madness. I don't know if these are new games or old games. A game called Arafel, A-R-A space F-E-L-L. Looks like it's an RPG Maker game. And that's it. I don't think I need to particularly go back and follow the Coverage Club articles going forward. I'll have to remember that. FHTAGN is rated 92% positive with 14 user reviews in the last 30 days. Some kind of board game Cthulhu-esque thing. I'll keep an eye on it and see. Might be worth a laugh. How much do they want for it? $4.99. Like, at least in a game like this, it looks relatively decent, and it's got some reviews behind it, and it's not asking for too much money. Okay, so now we are done with this. Let's switch back to the European account, and I guess what I need to do to be most efficient with my time is I need to see if I can get a challenge a friend, and until that challenge a friend gets done, I'm just going to play ranked on European and try to add more friends online.
Pull up a chair by the hearth.
Randomly friending people. Inherently, this isn't an admittance that the idea of making the European and Asian accounts so I could play people isn't really successful. Oh, I did make a new Druid decks for both the European and Asian accounts, so I should show those off and try them. But yeah, there's clearly not enough people that are interested in playing me for that to have been a priority when I did it. However, it does allow me to have more gold to open more card packs, which I guess people like. Those videos still get looked at. I really feel like a lot of the new season videos for Hearthstone, though, are populated by people who just want to watch the card pack opening videos, and that's it, and then they don't subscribe to my channel, and they have like no loyalty to my channel or my content. In general, I'm not sure how loyal anybody who watches any of my Hearthstone content is, because they will watch it on the live stream, but then they don't go back and watch the reruns, which they probably should, even though it's the same content. It's been separated far enough away that it would still be worth watching. You probably won't remember the games I played. I definitely won't. Let's see. Guess I'm just gonna end the turn there. So yeah, my pre-recorded versions of Hearthstone don't get any views. My pre-recorded content of other games don't get really many views either. So Hearthstone in general is probably failing more than I'd like to admit to do the thing it needs to do, which is bring in a larger audience to the other content. Moving on though, we have a game on Steam called Death Fungeon, F-U-N-G-E-O-N. It says it's a puzzle platformer game with both stealth and parkour elements. to me, it looks like it is a platformer, Super Meat Boy-esque game. It's not animated particularly well. Like, Super Meat Boy, despite its weird artistic style, is very, very polished in its graphics. And all of these Super Meat Boy games that I see that are trying to copy that go for this cheap and lazy 8-bit animation style that I just have no patience for. Like, I have to talk about it every single time, basically. It's just like, this is not an acceptable level of quality of content that I'm seeing being animated here. And so even if this game that I'm looking at, the Death Fungeon, does have some puzzles in it that are a little interesting and going in a different direction, and looks like it has pretty smooth platforming, I still would end up looking at a rather ugly game. And if I'm going to kill myself and hurt my fingers by playing a game like Super Meat Boy, why not just play Super Meat Boy? Like, I've been sitting on playing games like Super Meat Boy for a long, long time because I don't want that. I don't want to hurt my fingers quite simply with all the button mashing and resetting and starting over and trying again over and over again. Oops. I didn't play that quite the way it should have been played.
Job done.
End the turn. Let's see. Death Fungeon is 10% off for $1.79, so it's not asking a lot. So if you do like Super Meat Boy-esque games, this probably is the one for you to at least check out. I just don't, so I'm not gonna do it. Next game we have on Steam is called Dad Quest. It says, embark on a great dad venture in a unique comedy based on a 2D platformer. Raise your child to become the weapon they were always meant to be. So this is a lot more running and rolling 2D platforming. The animation style is slightly better, but still pixely to a certain extent.
Speak your peace.
I fight.
Seems like you can throw things and jump, and you got some upgrades. Graphics are a lot better than Enter the Fungeon, but still not great. Still very pixely. And maybe I could play a game like this, and the silliness of it being a dad quest might play a role in that too. So I'm willing to give this one a bit more of a chance. It's 40% off for $7.79. It's asking for more, but it's also 89% positive of 29 user reviews. It came out August 17th. Let's see. It is from a developer who also made Diaries of a Space Janitor and the Queer Games bundle, so I guess which games are included in that? Diaries of a Space Janitor on that bundle. They've started doing these bundles that are from different people's like different developers games, so you can associate your game with a much better developer's game. But yeah, this developer has made one other game that's positively reviewed. So I think Dad Quest is good. The publisher is Excalibur Games, the publisher of like Jalopy and a couple other things, Shopkeep 2.
There once was a man from
So there's something there to at least look at. I wouldn't be surprised if Dad Quest actually gets more hype than it really deserves from the mainstream media, but I'll keep an eye on it. Next game we have is called Chiptune DJ, a rhythm-based game where you play along catchy 8-bit chiptune music to improve your rhythmic and coordination skills, build up your combos. So this is a pixely like rock band style clone with chiptune music, which I'm not sure people really would want to listen to exclusively chiptune music for very long. It feels almost like chiptune is some of that lo-fi hip-hop stuff to games that they do on YouTube to avoid copyright by just changing the pitch and pitch shifting the songs. Yeah, I don't know if that's really the reason why it's chiptune or not. Chiptune DJ is 40% off for $1.79. Alright, so this guy's already jumped in, but we can continue to play. It's $1.79, 40% off. I think I just said that. For me, it's too ugly, and I'm not a big fan of music games in general. Music games tend to play non-video game music, and non-video game music tends to try to do something very different than what video game music tries to do, because video game music is usually either just setting the mood or being completely background, whereas non-video game music tends to be exactly the opposite, foreground and establishing all the story, all the entertainment. So yeah, Chiptune DJ is the first game from this developer, if that matters. Rock Paper Shotgun has an article, the best new games, no, it's Unknown Pleasures, witness the best 5 new indie games on Steam. They're recommending Flipping Death, which I think I have on my wish list and I'm keeping an eye on. Shaolin versus Wu-Tang, which is a game I missed somehow. Banzo Marks of Slavery, which is a game I think I did put on my wish list. I'd like to see if maybe it's got better reviews now, or some reviews. Mech Corp, I'll look at it, but I doubt I'd want to play that. Post-Human Sanctuary, and their pick of the week is Shaolin versus Wu-Tang. So a lot of this is clearly just designed to cross-reference and link back to the game, so you would find this article if you search the game's name. Maybe. Let's see how these games. Flipping Death is 90% positive, 11 user reviews in the last 30 days. It came out August 7th. So, which is kind of a crazy small number of people who's reviewed it, considering Flipping Death was covered by like Giant Bomb, and Giant Bomb has started covering games. But honestly, they're going to be covering games until the end of the year, so they've got like 3 months. 3 months, and then they get into December, and then they slow down for December. And that they kind of haven't been covering any games for the first 6 months, or 6 or 7 months. So I'll double check to make sure Flipping Death's on my wish list. Shaolin vs. Wu-Tang, I just missed that game completely. It came out July 26, 2018. It's very positive, 100% of 57 user reviews in the last 30 days, and 94% of 518 user reviews in its lifetime. And this is like full motion video being rotoscoped into a game like the original Mortal Kombat. Yeah, I am surprised. It's in Chinese and it's not in Japanese subtitles, but it's in simplified and traditional Chinese subtitles. And the interface works for everybody's languages. Yeah, I just missed that. This is actually a very interesting game, Shaolin vs. Wu-Tang. It's a shame that that stuff still seems like it can happen. Where you end up just not seeing the things that are on Steam, even if you're looking at all the games coming out on Steam, or trying to. Benzo Marks of Slavery still has only 8 user reviews, so I'm still like uncertain there whether this is a game worth playing. I will say that there are 6 in my language and English reviews, and they're all rated positively, so yeah, I guess that's gonna get an approval. Of course, I don't have a method right now, and this is the problem, is I need to establish a method where I mark games as should be on the wish list, and not just on the wish list because I'm considering them. And what I was going to do is I was going to look at the Steam wish list next time there's a big sale, and look at any game that is from 2000 and let's say 15, like, or earlier. Any game like that that doesn't have any reviews, I think probably falls off the edge of any relevancy, and because of that, I think I just don't have any real reason to keep it, and I'll still look at it with a critical eye. And maybe there are some games that are really old that nobody's ever found, and there's some sleeper hits, but it's hard to believe there are too many sleeper hits, frankly, or really any. It's just in the turn. I'm looking at Mech Corp. It's a turn-based mecha hex grid game. I don't see anything here that interests me. It is 85% of 14 user reviews in the last 30 days, but it still just doesn't visually appeal to me, so I can close that one. And then Post-Human Sanctuary is early access. It only has 2 user reviews. It's looks like it's something. I'll double check and make sure this is on the wish list, just to keep an eye on it. I should also probably just get rid of games that have been in early access since 2000 or earlier. Like, if your game is not out by this point, it should probably just be done.
Not too quickly.
GameIndustry.biz has an article. A U.S. judge blocks man from selling Grand Theft Auto online cheat programs. Take-Two claims the software by David Zipperer has cost the firm more than $500,000. It's a hard argument to prove, certainly, but it seems like the courts are willing to agree to those claims. Quite often they are, at least. Let's see. What else can I do? Yeah, that's it. In the turn. So yeah, court case won by Take-Two against somebody making a cheat. Inherently, there is a slight fear in me that if it's going to get down to the point where little kids are using cheats to get gems in some of these free-to-play games where you buy gems, and then those companies are going to sue those little kids for using the cheat instead of actually buying the gems. And then we're gonna have this whole rush of game companies suing kids, and we've already started to see some of that, and it's not good, and I don't want to see more of that happen. Okay, gonna have to probably take out this one and this one and this one. Go here, here, and here.
For the wild.
Play that. And meanwhile, while Take-Two is suing people who are cheating in GTA Online, they're really not doing a lot to develop any new products or sell or improve society by creating new art. They're just hunkering down and trying to make money on the work that they've already done, quite often the work done by employees who may not even work there anymore. This is similar to one of my major problems with Disney, is that Disney has made all of their money off of making animation of copyright-free stories and then suing and copyrighting things like Snow White and Cinderella that they had no really right to own anything on, but they will still sue people that make something that looks like the Cinderella that they animated compared to the Cinderella story that existed long before then. On the other hand, also, most of the animators are getting fired or dying out at Disney and getting replaced. So the animators and the developers and the producers that made those old movies don't really work at Disney anymore. So it's really just a bunch of corporate suits that are getting all the money. Meanwhile, society would have done a lot better if Mickey Mouse and a lot of the older works were in public domain like they should have been long ago, so that other people could make derivative works and improve society with more art and more fan fictions and more stories. Let's see. Don't want just attack. Yeah, I think I can just play attack and attack here. And that will put something like that there. And then we can do here. Let's see, TechRaptor has Punch Planet, an article called Punch Planet Hang On with a Nostalgia Fighting Game. Ooh, interesting. I'm gonna find 2 fighting games in one run. Alright, let's see. Let's add a friend here and see if Johnny Blaze will be our friend. Let's spectate here and see how far this guy is from winning or losing. Yeah, he's right at the point there. Come on, friend request. Player has no wild cards. Standard duel then. I'll play standard just fine. Heck, let's since this isn't ranked play, let's just play Zoo World while we're on is. So Punch Planet is a Games NYC or Play NYC game that was shown off. I don't think it has a Steam. Oh, it is on Steam. Good. So yeah, it's 97% positive. A 34 user reviews came out November 8th on 2017. Yeah, November 8th, 2017. So it's kind of an old game that's, I guess, a sleeper hit I'll put that on my wish list. That it's very interestingly animated. It is still early access for a nostalgia style fighting game. It's a great fighting game if you don't want to play a fighting game full of anime girls. There are females in this game, but they're going for a very different style. Let's not irritate our new friend here. So yes, I'm very interested in Punch Planet. There's a game called Kitten and Food Adventure Pack. It seems to be a very simplistic cell phone-esque port, not in widescreen. Yeah, you're dragging the tail of a cat and flinging around like Angry Birds to collect stars or items. It's 40% off for $1.19. I see no reason why anybody would be interested in Kitten and Food Adventure Pack. Moving on. Do this. TechRaptor has an article adding to your repertoire at Play NYC. Apparently Play NYC took place in a opera house, which is odd. So most certainly to see on the balconies and mezzanines and all the different layers having these displays, and then the entire floor of the opera, and this part looks like some of the stage of the opera house too, has been just established as a small convention place, which you could probably squeeze a lot of displays and things in there, but definitely not as much as you might like to. It's definitely not a Las Vegas style Las Vegas style floor show. We got a game on Steam called Not Tonight. It's positive 97% of 39 users. Came out August 17th, 2018. It's a point-and-click puzzle, RPG, political simulation. Seems like there's several things. Person of European heritage number 1112. Welcome to the relocation block. Be your new home. Your designated role is bouncer, working hard to stay out of trouble, and we might let you stay in the UK. Oh, this is that Brexit game where you play as a bouncer and you deny or allow people into the bar. It doesn't seem like that's all this game really is though, so I'll keep an eye on it. Definitely a political statement there. It's in English and simplified Chinese. I don't know why they picked simplified Chinese. But it seems like that's a odd one to go with, but okay. It's 10% off for $17.99. It's possible that this is really too expensive a game for something like this, but
The gates are open.
like, it's a clear anti-Brexit storyline, which, okay. Like, a lot of people are anti-Brexit, and probably rightfully so. Like, honestly, I don't know if anybody knows what's gonna happen. Ever, for anything, so, I mean, that's the truest statement ever said. I honestly don't know if anybody knows what's ever gonna happen. Yeah, no duh. Let's see, I have 5 right now. If I was to play what I want to play, it wouldn't work. I need to remember I'm playing against friends, so I want to keep this fast because the I don't believe the timer rope will ever come up. There's a game called Factory Manager on Steam. It looks like MS Paint level graphics. It doesn't look very good at all. Seems like we get these simulation games every now and then. We're not getting them too often, but we're not getting them great. But boy, have I not seen any visual novels. Like, no visual novels at all in the past week, it seems. Or very, very few. I was seeing 3, 4, 5 of them every day, and it's just like totally stopped.
Your magic shall not save you.
As you command. Again!
Let's see, I could have killed that guy too.
Your soul is mine.
Let's do that. GameIndustry.biz has an article. NVIDIA cryptocurrency revenues fall 82% below the $100 million estimate for last quarter. Revenues up, but the OEM segment declines 54% with crypto's shortfall. So yeah, NVIDIA was trying to hope to make money off of cryptocurrency, and now they've gone the other direction and said, yeah, cryptocurrency is dead, because clearly they didn't make any money on it. Let's take that victory. And I'm gonna look here, and I'm going to, at this point, stop taking and talking about every single game, and I'm just gonna try and wrap up this stream here. There is this game called 21 Plus that's labeled as a casual game, and it says it's just a collection of jokes, and every single scene is probably pre-bought or stolen, badly drawn, hand-drawn girl in a bikini with photorealistic actual photos of beaches in the background. Like, clearly this is nothing. It has 100 Steam achievements. It's 10% off at 89 cents. So these kind of non-game achievement games still are being allowed. It's labeled as 21 Plus as the name. They've already released a game called 18 Plus, and yeah, it's just ridiculous that those games are being allowed while other games, better games, are being held back. Is this Steam's attempt to make it look like all visual novels and all games with sexual content suck? I don't know. Like, it kind of feels like that's what they're doing. Let's see. We don't ever need to talk about an article just talking about a game going to Kickstarter, so I can close that. And TechRaptor says Doom Eternal will have single-player DLC instead of Snap Map. As best as I've figured, as I did a little bit of research, it seems like Doom Eternal is the continuation of Doom 2016. It's not some side story MOBA games or anything like that. So yeah, good to know there. Hey, somebody's on the chat. Let's see. We have Carissa Rojas. I'm a new player. Can you suggest a good hero to start with? By far, the one they want you to start with is the mage. It's probably not the best to start to play with consistently, but before you even start playing, they had you play as a mage. They had you unlocking more cards. The only thing I can really say is probably just play everything and get the basic cards unlocked for all the characters as much as possible. There is a way to cheat it pretty easily. If you friend somebody and they help you. And if you friend me, tell me what account you're on, I'm willing to help you too if I have the free time, which seems like I might right now. What they can do is if you friend somebody and then they challenge you or you challenge them on a standard duel, you can boost them up by letting them play a bunch of cards, and you play a bunch of cards and letting you take a bunch of damage to their face, because that's what you need to do. Is you need to play as many cards as possible per game and do as much damage to the face, healing the face and then doing more damage and such. There's a deck I have on my main Americas account called the Druid Helper deck that is specifically designed to help new players. You want to level everything up to level 10 because I believe there's something that unlocks at level 10, and then you want to level everything up to level 20 so you have all the basic cards. And at that point, once you have all the basic cards, when you come to make a new deck, then the classic Druid will have at least most of the cards that they want you to play with, and you can start following those recommendations. Or you could use Hearthstone Deck Tracker as an app and HS Replay to tell you what are the best decks you can build. That's a little complicated, and you're not going to get very good decks anyways as a new player. The number one thing is to get all these basic cards unlocked for all the characters, so you at least have the beginning of a character to play as. And you don't want to burn out, so play everything. Just bounce around until everything is unlocked. It's such a long journey, and there really isn't a ton of help. The only real help is you can buy this welcome bundle for $5 to give you 10 classic packs and 1 random classic class specific legendary minion, and then you can just buy big chunks of classic cards. Classic is all new players really should be doing, the purchase things. The solo adventures also might be something to consider. If you get bored, there is some progress that can be made by doing Kobolds and Catacombs should be unlocked for a new player, and the Witchwood should be unlocked for a new player. And Tuesday, the Boomsday Project is going to have some puzzles that you can do. So doing the monster hunt and the dungeon run, I believe, will give you also experience. You want to work towards being able to do the Tavern Brawl, and I think that happens at rank 20 when all the characters are at rank 20. That way you can do the Tavern Brawl and win at least 1 card pack every time there's a new Tavern Brawl, which is like once or twice a week. I would say specifically stay out of Arena. Try not to use your gold for anything right now, and if you are using your gold for anything, it's that you earn by doing the daily quests. Make sure you log in at least once every 3 days and do the daily quests, and frankly you need to log in every day and trade out the daily quests by clicking on the X to get the best daily quests that have the most rewards. So you want to go for things that are 60, 80, or 100 gold, get rid of anything below 60, and do those daily quests to get gold to get more basic packs. Don't focus on the new Boomsday Project expansion or Journey of Ungoro or Knights of Frozen Throne, because these will turn into wild packs and you won't be able to play those cards eventually. So same is true with Kobolds and Catacombs and the Witchwood. These are just not the cards to buy. If you somehow managed or spent a ton of money and got all of the classic cards or most of the classic cards, you would then want to buy Boomsday Project because that's the newest expansion, but that's not really helpful. Stay away from these hero things. They're just aesthetic customizations. They don't add anything to actual gameplay, so they're not worth it. And yeah, that's kind of all I can recommend, is just, yes, bounce around, have fun, see if somebody is willing to play you and friend you and boost you so you can get up to rank 10 or 20 a little quicker. That's kind of the only thing you can really do. Carissa Rojas says, that's a lot of info, thank you. Yeah. They really need, for new players, just to hand you a complete collection of all the classic cards, because then you could start with a ton of cards that you still wouldn't really understand what they did. You'd have to spend several hours looking at every single card and trying to figure out what the good ones are, but you would be somewhere. And you can see, like, these ones in Shadow are classic cards that I don't even have on this account. You would have roughly 16 unique cards per hero class to pick from, while also having several pages of neutral cards that could be played in any class. And there's really no reason to make new players struggle for this, because all the classic cards in total only equal 32 pages, whereas if you look at all the cards that are allowed to be played in standard, it's 120 pages. So the other expansions make up a significant majority of newer cards to play, and 120 pages is still only about half of all the cards that ever existed, which is 203 pages of all cards, which is what the all cards means, because new players at this point probably will never get any cards for Gadgets and Karazhan, the Old Gods, League of Explorers, Grand Tournament, Goblins vs. Gnomes, Blackrock Mountain, Extremis, or the Hall of Fame cards. You probably will never get any of those. And there's more expansions in the wild sets versus the standard sets at this point, specifically to try to make it easier for new players, but it's still really not that easy. There needs to be a much bigger welcome bundle and like a free welcome bundle for new players. They're running into the problem of World of Warcraft too, where it's like a new person in World of Warcraft can jump up to somewhere around level 100 plus, whereas old people who are playing World of Warcraft would have had to grind a lot to get that far, but they need to do that because anybody who's new to World of Warcraft needs to catch up and be on the same level as the experts who have been playing since the beginning of the beta. Alright, I'm trying to wrap up the news here. So, GameIndustry.biz, earlier I said that they seemed like they weren't trying to show any real agenda by covering Super Seducer 2 and interviewing the creator there. I'm hoping they're going to say the same here. They have an article, Riot Games exec Greg Street promises change to sexist culture. Meanwhile, ex-Riot artist and Jinx creator Katie De Souza reflects on her own experience and is confident the studio can turn things around. This is the article that has been irritating me for the past couple of weeks. Really started by Kotaku just to avoid people remembering that it was the anniversary of Gamergate. But like, I guess Riot is now doing their interviews and they're trying to get the heat off of them for something that should have never really been on them. Because remember, the complaint in this story was a ex-employee was upset because people talked over her. That's it. That's this huge sexist, toxic culture. That's the only complaint. There's no assault claim, there's no police charges, there's nothing. I mean, it's such a non-story, and yet it keeps on coming up. The quote at the bottom here is, "This is a difficult task. I don't envy the work ahead to them. The studio is the size of a small town, and it's going to take a lot of work to retroactively dig out of the weeds that have been ignored and allowed to develop roots. But when has Rydo ever shied away from difficult tasks?" And that's a quote from Katie D'Souza of Phoenix Labs. Well, and see, Katie D'Souza may be the person who was complaining about being talked over, or she may be just I don't know. If there's a bigger story here, it certainly was not reported correctly. The incidences that were mentioned made it feel like it's a non-story. If there really is a story of Riot in a toxic environment, there needed to be like Channel Awesome's Google document where it was just a long list of grievances, and most of the grievances, frankly, in the Channel Awesome document were not anything worth even mentioning, but they got mentioned, and there was enough of them that it made more sense. Whereas in this story, the Kotaku story, no. I mean, it really seemed like only 2 or 3 things. It seemed like whining from disgruntled employees. And so even now, if I was the manager of Riot, I would be like, oh, well, this is a non-issue, and I wouldn't deal with it. I really wouldn't. I might have a talk with HR and say, hey, if somebody files a complaint, let me know. I want to know the real complaints. Bring out all the files. Let's see if this has really happened. So we can either say, look, our HR department has no complaints whatsoever, or we found out that there was a bunch of complaints that HR wasn't taking higher up to the CEOs and the people in charge. That's where I would want it to go. Anyways, I want to get off that story. I'm tired of it's like the 3rd time I've had to report on it. OpenCritic has an article. Diablo 3 is now officially confirmed for the Nintendo Switch, so yeah, take that for what it is, that Activision Blizzard is a big old liar when they said, no, we're not making a Nintendo Switch version of Diablo. But clearly that is a Nintendo thing too, is Nintendo hates leaks, absolutely hates them, and they probably delayed and put at jeopardy whether Diablo 3 would come out on the Switch because of that leak. That's just like not something that the Blizzard should have done at all, and they should have known not to do that. TechRaptor has an article, Etrian Odyssey Nexus navigates westward early 2019. In the article itself, that's kind of all you need to take from the title. Let's see. TechRaptor has a QuakeCon 2018 excitement and mixed feelings. QuakeCon happened, but there's not a ton of things. There probably is a good argument to say QuakeCon should change its name because of just the fact that Quake is not the main thing that's being promoted there. Let's see, we skip over a lot of these Chinese games. I might filter them out if they're not in English. Let's see. Gamatsu has an article, Arc of Alchemist details the world, story, and characters. That's a game that's coming out for what? let's see, it's PlayStation 4, November 29th in Japan. Arc of an Alchemist. Very possibly that one's not coming to the West. Yeah, it almost seems like anything that is tagged with visual novel at this point is not allowed on Steam. PC Gamer has an article, Intel teases its own discrete GPU ahead of the NVIDIA GeForce GTX 2080 launch. An Intel discrete GPU is fine if you're just using a laptop and not playing any modern video games, but in all realisticness, if you want to play the AAA games, you're not going to be using Intel integrated graphics cards. They're too new to the market. Eventually, give it another 10 years, they might get so good that they're actually competing with NVIDIA, which would be good because we could definitely use more than two people, two companies making most of the video card chipsets, even if there's a bunch of like subcontractors that are actually building the video cards from those chipsets. I wanted to mention this. YouTube creators put out a tweet on August 16th about a person on Twitter called @apocalypto_12. They're describing they're describing him as the friend and former manager of Markiplier. So this guy, Apocalypto12, has the in with the king Markiplier at YouTube. And that's the only reason why this story is getting any headway at all, or any news. So YouTube creators is putting out this on tweet. They're saying that sadly his mother has stage 4 B cancer, which I assume is breast cancer, and let's see, he's taking her to accomplish a bucket list. He asks that you watch and share this video to honor his incredible mother, and apparently the video is him shaving his head and her shaving his head in solidarity. My point here is breast cancer is incredibly common. It's also very common in males as well as females. But a lot of YouTubers' mothers are sick of something. A lot of YouTubers' fathers are sick of something. A lot of YouTubers know people who have cancer. The reason that YouTube creators is putting out this video and promoting this video is just because he is in that crony circle, that elite, and that should just not be the case. YouTube creators should either be randomly tweeting out people and supporting people or saying nothing at all. This is a great instance in which YouTube creators' Twitter feed should have just said nothing at all. This is kind of just virtue signaling. Look, we want to support this person, although there's really nothing you can support her with other than maybe pushing for better healthcare funding, better research funding, better healthcare systems in the United States. I assume that she's in the United States. But if it's terminal cancer, there's probably no solution or anything you could do there. They're not even really promoting like a cancer research foundation or a place that would fund hospitals that would treat patients for free or anything like that. So they're just kind of being virtue signalers that we care about cancer, but we're not really doing anything. We just want to get you to watch our videos so we can get more ad revenue. I mean, there's some real sleaziness here for when you think about it from YouTube creators' part, when they really just shouldn't have done anything. And YouTube creators in general is very cronyistic and retweets people that they like all the time and then ignores the 99.99% of all other YouTube creators. Really, they should just be silent. YouTube creators, for the most part, should be only posting videos that YouTube themselves makes that are talking about improving your own YouTube channel and what they want you to do and how you can improve it. And that's kind of not what they're doing. Let's see. Moving on. Skipping over a lot of games. Let's see. As an article, I'm going to skip that one because that's just about a game too. Like, I know I haven't played a game in a while, and this is generally the same as if I was just going down my Twitter feed. And part of the reason why I started late today was because I was going down my Twitter feed and I was thinking, really, should I be doing that or should I not be doing that? I've decided to mute Unreal Engine on my Twitter feed. They put out some interesting stuff about programming and animating with the Unreal Engine, but the vast majority of it is not stuff that's like actionable for me. So it's not video game news. I already mentioned that the Hearthstone Boomsday Project solo mode features more than 100 diabolical puzzles. On Tuesday we'll try to stream all of them. There are 4 classes or styles of puzzles. One is lethal, one is mirror, where you have to make your side of the board mirror the opponent's. One is board clear, where you have to clear the board, and one is survival, where you have to stand up against an onslaught. So simplistic ideas that will get increasingly more difficult. PC Gamer has an overhyping article about Boyfriend Dungeons, the game where your sword is also your boyfriend persona. It's a Kickstarter game. They've added a cat that is also brass knuckles. This one is getting just overhyped and over talked about, and it's a Kickstarter game, so I don't know if it's ever going to be done. It's just way too early for anybody to be talking about it. Let's see, GameIndustry.biz had a similar story. Developers of adult games on Steam should assume months before game approval. Negligee love stories forced into a likely delay as Valve continues to work on content filter. And see, the thing that Valve isn't saying there is that, oh, we're actively filtering all the visual novels right now, and that's why the visual novel tag is seemingly gone or unavailable to new games, and that they're trying to split that tag into 2 separate things. Honestly though, I told them on Steam's own forum, like, here's my suggestions, and when they were going to change Greenlight to the, well, what was it called before? Steam Greenlight. Now it's just called Steam Direct. Yeah, when they were talking about changing Greenlight to Steam Direct, I told them, look, you just need a separate adult store. That's all you need. You just need an age-gated adult store then. And so had they seen my message and listened to it even then, on their own forum for suggestions for the Steam store, they should have started work on it at that point, and it seems like they didn't. So maybe they saw my message way late and they're working on it, but how they're implementing it is totally wrong. Like, you just cannot stop business like this for months and months and months. It still feels like censorship. It still looks like censorship. It still is censorship to delay things. You don't think that in other scenarios things are delayed approval all the time as a form of censorship? They just never tell you that you're denied. YouTube is doing it for new people who apply for the partner program all the time. They're delaying approval. They're going for a second round of approval, third rounds of approval. It's like, no, you're just really censoring them and trying to see if they get bored and go away. PC Gamer has the same article. Adult game approval on Steam could still be months away. PC Gamer has an article, Torchlight Frontier Dev's Diary reveals more information on the MMO sequel. But it's Torchlight Frontiers is the MMO. Torchlight 1 and 2 were not MMOs. So maybe I'll read that article later. PC Gamer has an article, Fallout 76 has a lot to prove as it leaves Steam behind, since Fallout 76, I believe at this point, has said that it will directly not be on Steam, at least for the launch window, and only be on the Bethesda launcher. Yeah, Fallout 76 does have a lot to prove, and honestly, I don't think that it's going to be a good game in the first place. So I'm not super upset that it's not going to come to Steam. I don't think I'd play it anyways, so I'm just going to close that tab. There's another article about a game, don't need to talk about that. Don't need to talk about that. Let's see. Interesting, and there's a Gamma Sutra blog here called What Are We Talking About When We Say Systemic Narrative. This is kind of the branching narrative. It's a blog talking about branching narratives and linear narratives and dynamic narratives, different types of narratives that you would have in a game. This is the thing that was the question and comment or slight disagreement that was talked about to Anita Rice, was it? From ArenaNet, that sent her off on her insane tirade claiming sexism where I don't think any could be found. So frankly, had she said something like this blog on Gamma Sutra, or just not said anything at all, which would have probably been the best for her, that would have been it. What's funny is that this gets talked about a month later. Like the answer, the discussion that the YouTuber was trying to have gets drowned out for an entire month and yelled over because the ArenaNet employees were being former employees now were being crazy. So that's an article you might want to check out. It's not super long. Oh man, I should have just played another game. Let's see. Jobs, we don't need to talk about that. Am I nowhere close? I don't think I'm anywhere close. Here's an important one. Man, this is taking way too long. I should be playing a game. Let's just play a game. Apologies for that. That should not have taken. I shouldn't have stayed and just talked. That's, I suppose, a small example of what my live streams would be if I just covered the news. Although I guess I could just be showing the articles and talking over them too, and get rid of the Hearthstone part completely. Veteran game designer arrested after altercation with the police. This is the GameIndustry.biz. You don't get stories like this too often. I think generally speaking, most video game designers are a little bit too much of a wimp to get in fights with the police. The industry crowdfunds legal and medical fees for the former Disney and Turbine developer Patricia A. Pizer after alleged assault. So the industry is totally supporting her, it seems like, and it's a female. A long-servicing games designer has been arrested in South Carolina after an altercation with the police that left her badly injured. Industry colleagues and supporters are raising money for legal and medical fees after the incident. So the question is this like, what happened there? I'm not even gonna editorialize it. It's like, what happened here that let's see, Patricia A. Pizer Pizer, has been working in the game industry since 1994, which that's a veteran. That's what, 24 years, I guess. For the video game industry, 24 years is a veteran developer. Let's see. Having developed games at Disney Interactive Studios, which has been shut down, like they don't make anymore. Turbine Entertainment and Ubisoft with credits on a variety of games like Club Penguin, Elite Penguin Force, to Asheron's Call 2. News of her arrest first emerged on Pizer's own Facebook account, where her husband posted his account of what happened. He relayed that Pizer was arrested after filming police arresting someone else at a Quick Trip gas station. While he acknowledged he was not on the scene, he said he had watched the station security video of the incident. So this sounds like this, from that perspective, sounds like it's a corrupt police action. Let's see. He said the footage showed that his wife walks away and starts filming with her phone in selfie mode before a police officer runs over and tackles her. This knocks her on her feet and her face hits a glass door of the gas station, after which the officer punches her in the head, picks her up and slams her. Well, geez. From that description, it seems like it's the truth. And honestly, even if this was a case of her being a pain, it certainly sounds like from that description that the police were tackling her. Unless it's actually the truth that they said, stand right there, don't move, and then she starts moving and running away.
Reporting for duty.
Let's see.
More take candles.
It's like Pfizer's husband says that the wife did not hit the officer at any time, adding that he found her blood and a piece of her tooth when he visited the scene himself. He stressed that his wife was not confrontational and has never been in any trouble with the police before. The charge is a felony, he commented. They're covering their asses because of how much damage was done to her. GameIndustry.biz spoke to the Rock Hill Police Department, who confirmed that they did have Pizer in custody for hindering police and resisting arrest. So yes, this is not looking good for the police, and sadly in the United States this is far too often an occurrence. It happens certainly in a lot of other countries and just doesn't get reported at all. An official statement from the department provides the police account of the incident based on the department's review of body camera and store surveillance camera footage. Police statement reports that the officer arrived in response to a domestic incident between two parties described as a Caucasian male and female. When the officer was detaining the first person, Pizer allegedly tried to intervene by placing herself between the officer and the arrestee. The report says Pizer interfered by grabbing the officer and placing herself between them, and thus being arrested despite being told to step away. Report goes to state that the officer decided to arrest Pizer for hindering police and describes what followed. The officer advised Ms. Pizer that she was under arrest, and Ms. Pizer said she would not be arrested. Ms. Pizer walked away and the officer followed. The officer approached Ms. Pizer to place her in handcuffs, while Ms. Pizer punched the officer in the head twice and kicked the officer once. The officer then attempted to put Ms. Pizer on the ground. However, she grabbed the handle of the door of the store. The officer pulled Ms. Pizer to break her grip on the door. The officer then put Ms. Pizer on the ground and continued to attempt to place her in handcuffs. A backup officer arrived and Ms. Pizer was taken to custody at that time. So you got a very, very different reports there. You've got probably some truth in the middle too. Like, and see, this is something everybody needs to learn is just mind your business and stay away from police at all times. They are inherently a violent and dangerous threat to you in any situation, even if you don't think you are. Let's see. The report concludes that by saying that Pfizer was treated by an EMS for leg abrasions and a mouth injury which consisted of a chipped tooth, and has been arrested and charged with hindering police and assault on an officer. Let's see.
What to do?
Is there anything really else to say about this? No. Like, this article goes on. Like, they're claiming that they didn't give her medical attention. But the police say they did. It's like, in all honesty, if a police officer in the United States says you're under arrest, you should just go, okay, turn around. What do you want me to do? I'll follow your instructions completely. Like, just let them arrest you and take you to prison where there's more cameras and more police, and at the very least a slight chance of less damage happening to you. Whereas if you resist at the scene, then it's only some camera somewhere that's your only backup, if there is any camera at all. Let's see.
Reporting for duty.
The last thing here is saying industry friends and supporters have set up a GoFundMe campaign to cover Patricia's medical and legal fees. At the time of the post, the campaign has raised over 8,000 of its 10,000 goal. I think you're going to need more than that. It's a good thing, I suppose, that body cameras have been introduced somewhat, though. But inherently, the police in the United States and in other places too, they need better training and better hiring practices, and they need to stop hiring people who are only becoming police so that they can commit crimes themselves and get away with it and be violent. Let's see. I'm trying to go through other things. I'm really just gonna have to look at a lot of these old games, and filter them out before Monday. Here's a game called Hinta Dojo. It has sexual content, indie, and nudity. It's an indie game and it has nudity. It's August 16th, 2018. And it's just like a spinning puzzle game with anime girls pictures. Let's see. Is there any achievements for this? No, it's 40% off for 59 cents. And I wanted to cover that game specifically because, yeah, it still feels like the cheap games are being allowed, but the other ones aren't. Like, this is from the developer that made the Range ripoff called Kings. This is the same developer that made Bitcoin and Bitcoin Farm. A lot of the games are mixed reviewed, a lot of the games are negative reviewed, and a lot of the games that are positively reviewed look like they're only positively reviewed because they are a achievement game or something, although this one, to be fair, isn't. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I can't even get to the Humble Store. I hadn't even really realized that. Little Nightmares, there's an old game. It has now sold over 1 million copies. It's not an old game. 18 months ago it came out. Alright, it's time to wrap up. There's all kinds of things as far as I recall. There's not any other news stories that really need to be talked about. So yeah, an hour later, that's gonna be it for this recording. I should have definitely played more Hearthstone than in the middle point there, but also just I'm gonna have to deal with a lot of news left over, and we haven't had a slow day in about 2 weeks now, so I may just forever have this backlog of news and games to talk about. Which this is what happened with the Co-optional podcast too, is that they eventually just had to start filtering games as they hit the big times. Back in January or February, at the beginning of the year, games were a little less frequent to come out. Anyways, that's it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, I ask people to friend me on Steam and gift me a game or a gift card. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.